Welcome back to episode, what is this, I suppose 6 of the quest for the Quintic. We're going to look at field extensions this afternoon. We raced through them yesterday. And the plan today is to really understand what a splitting field actually is. Why does it exist? Why are we allowed to do that? That's the plan for this afternoon, really. If possible, I want to understand some other things around here as well. We'll see when we get there. Right, okay. That is the plan for this afternoon. Field extensions. Yeah, okay. Right, which I think means I need to go back into the Galois theory notes. Begin the process of understanding. That is the task for today. Double check that the stream is, for what it's worth, check that the stream is set up as a stream. Good stuff. Okay. So field extensions in this course are written with a kind of curly arrow like this. Where I thought that was referring to the idea that this K is a subset of M, but actually, oh yeah, no, that is the case. If you do a extension by adjoining a root, then you end up with something where you get a copy of K in there, but that's not quite exactly K. Gosh. Trying not to overdo it this afternoon. Done a lot of talking over the last 2 days, this being the structure of how we're doing stuff here. But yeah, okay. What on earth am I doing? So map from the K extension to the K extension M prime K between these different extensions over K. So you've got M over K. I'm going to try and draw that arrow like this. So I saw some of these before where I kind of went in 2 different directions. A map there needs to be compatible with the injections. What does that mean? Compatible with the injections. I guess preserve K. So K is inside both of those. So that ring map. Okay, so the ring map's got to be injective so that you're a ring map. If you send 2 things to the same place, then think about. Oh no, you have fields. M's a field. M's a field. So if you send 2 things to the same place, consider where do you send A over B. If you're sending A somewhere and B somewhere, well, that ratio is going to go to 1. No, where do you send A minus B? Even easier. You send it to the 0. Now you're stuck because, oh yeah, I've done this calculation several times, but I want to get it really like. So if that's 0, then if that's 0, no, maybe I want to do. There's so many things you can do in the field. Trying to check it. In this case, we're imagining that the elements of K are actually inside M, an actual subfield of M. And the thing to compare and contrast is when we do something like Q adjoin root 2, which is the set of things like this, A plus B root 2. Oh, this is a terrible example, but hey, roll with it. Q adjoin root 2 is kind of introduced like this, which contains an isomorphic copy of the rationals corresponding to B equals 0. And technically those are just numbers, the same numbers, but it's an isomorphism. What's a better example? So a better example would be if instead of this one, I do something like, we've done some questioning before where we went up to C. So we went from like R of x quotiented by x squared plus 1. That's isomorphic to C. And then so C kind of contains a copy that's isomorphic to R. Oh no, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Just messing around with different extensions. That's the plan for the afternoon. Yeah, in this case it's just a subfield. When you do adjoining on a root, then you get a new field and it contains a copy. Yeah, when you quotient by a polynomial, you get a new, yeah, this is the thing. When you quotient by a polynomial, you get a new field. Quotient by the ideal generated by the irreducible polynomial, you get a new field which contains a copy that's isomorphic to K, the field that your polynomials are over, which corresponds to rationals, the constant coefficient, constant polynomials, kind of in the quotient ring. But yeah, there's this thing going on where I'm trying to, yeah, I'm not exactly answering the question that Elrude asked like 10 minutes ago, but there's a topic around here about how the quotient group kind of lives totally separate from the group you started with. It's not just a subset of the original elements, it's a group of cosets. That sometimes happens. Oh, hi Math Band. Math Band's Luigi I? Or am I going Math B and Luigi I? It's like maybe two names. Anyway, hi again. Nice to see you again. You were here this morning. You told me about Wikipedia, cubic equations. And we're learning about quintics. Cool. So, I want to understand these automorphisms, I think. The thing I'm trying to get to grips with is why there's not as many as you might expect for these field automorphisms. Not as many as you might expect. Because we're going to see that it's like the degree of the minimal polynomial in a case where you do this. This is not a place where we read out usernames. I kind of want to be able to read out usernames. Oh, Filzy's here as well. Filzy doesn't like personal statements. Yeah, sorry, Filzy. I'm on strike, so I can say things like, just put random words down, see if you can get away with it. That's not a helpful thing for me to say. Right, okay, I would like to understand these automorphisms that are on here. Automorphism rings. Consisting of ring automorphisms. So map from the ring to itself, but it's got to be compatible with the K extension structure of M. The thing to remember on your personal statement is that you're probably never going to have to look at it again afterwards. After all said and done and you've applied to university and stuff, you move on and do other stuff. If you're me, then people get very interested in what's in my personal statement, enough that at one point I had to read out my personal statement on a stream. I didn't maybe have to, but there's a live stream out there somewhere of me reading my personal statement, and my personal statement is really, really awkward. It's very clumsy and cringe. Anyway, whatever you do in your personal statement, it's not going to be as cringe-inducing as mine. I promise. And hey, turned out all right for me. I'm now. Wait, hang on. I'm trapped in a live stream trying to understand trapped in a live stream trying to understand Quintic. What's going on? Help! That's not why. Don't end up like me. Or do. I'm about to understand Quintics. Right, let's go. These ring automorphisms have to be compatible with the K extension structure of M. Now, I want to understand what that does, what that means for those automorphisms on what do they do to K, right? We know that automorphisms send the identity to the identity. We had that, oh gosh, a couple of pages ago, and it's just true. Now, does that mean that they send elements of K? So, elements of K to elements of K feels reasonable. K extension structure of M. So the K extension structure of M is kind of, this is a vector. It says in chat, quotient groups, do you have questions? And I have a lot of questions about quotient groups. Do you want some questions to try on quotient groups? Because the problem sheets for these courses are also on the website. If you go to my page and then the page that links to these notes, you can download some questions if that's what you want. Cool, we got chat going. Chat's going, day 3. Or are you trying to tell me the question groups are what I should be thinking about? Well, okay, I'm just going to carry on. Try to remember about the question groups. What happens to, so the K extension structure is a vector space, right? There's a basis and K multiples of, K linear multiples of things in that space, because the K extension structure of M is just a sort of vector space, right? So to be compatible with that means that you take like some, so you've got some map phi, and it's going to go from some sort of K1, so if I just write it out like a vector, then what I expect to see is that this will be, well, these vectors are actually just members of the field as well, in the field M, so this is going to be preserving multiplication and addition and stuff. Phi of En on the end here. Phi of En. Is this a helpful picture to have drawn? Not sure. Is it a picture? That's pushing the definition of a picture a bit, isn't it? Any map of K extension it has to be a bijection. Excuse me, let's get rid of this massive underlining bit. That's not very helpful right now. So rank nullity. So I guess the question is, are you sending any of those vectors, if I'm thinking about them as vectors, basis vectors for your vector space? I'm imagining a finite dimension vector space. Yeah, whatever. I can see that this says it might not be finite at the current point, but I just want to think about the finite space. I don't know what rank nullity is for infinite dimensional vector spaces. So this is kind of linear, and so you send these vectors to certain places, and then anything is like this. Anything in the structure behaves like this. So it's going to end up over here. So we see that maybe some of the phi k's are 0, but these phi e's should probably not be 0, right? Or whatever they are, they're a basis for the image. Provided that the phi k's lie in K. Do the phi of k's lie in K? Does the automorphism have to preserve? I guess the K bit of the M extension. Yeah, I've got a kind of preferred. I'm imagining the constant polynomials or something. I've got a kind of preferred axis, like the real axis in complex numbers. Does that actually exist? It's the one that contains the identity, perhaps. Right. So take these basis vectors, and maybe we'll say that the first one is. So construct a basis starting with the number 1 as a basis. So take E1 to be the number 1 in M in the field. Now, if all of my other k's are 0, so I'm looking at things that are just multiple of k here. This is going to be rubbish, isn't it? This is going to tell me that 5k1 is just 5k1. That's supposed to be some sort of k. It's supposed to inherit the k extension structure. So a field extension is just when one field contains another field, which doesn't sound like very much, except because fields are so nice, they do addition and subtraction, multiplication and division by non-zero elements. That means that you can imagine that the subfield, the smaller one, is kind of like coefficients, and use those as coefficients to form over to think of the big field as a vector space. For a vector space, you need to be able to add and subtract, fine, and multiply by elements of a field. Now, let's use the subfield for that, and you can multiply by those because they're in the big field. So everything's fine. You can multiply and add and do these kind of linear combinations, linear across your field of coefficients, which here would be the subfield. It's kind of always a joke that you can take the big field and read it as a vector space. So like how you look at the complex numbers, and you can interpret complex numbers as two-dimensional vectors, kind of with real coefficients. So the complex numbers over the reals is a field extension, because the reals are a field, the complex numbers are a field, and one lies inside the other. And then you get this kind of vector space structure. I'm trying to understand maps that go from, for example, the complex numbers to the complex numbers. I suppose, yeah, okay. That are compatible with that kind of vector space structure. Once you've picked K having this kind of specified substructure for what your reals are. So do you have to send the reals to the reals for a ring automorphism? Do you have to send... It'd be good if you did, but you don't. Might be too good, right? Does a field... So I know phi of 1 is 1. So preserving the structure at least means that phi of 1 is 1. Just for multiplication. Phi of 1 is in K, so this is a good start to maybe convince myself that K is fixed by the automorphism. The K subfield. Compatible with the K extension structure. I kind of think that... So maybe you take the reals. So this is like, I think rotation is, in the complex plane, rotation is not an automorphism, or it is an automorphism as sets, but it doesn't preserve the ring structure because multiplication's not preserved across that. So if you have like the map for C, C to C, that takes Z to IZ, that feels like an automorphism, it feels like the symmetry of the complex plane. And it's an automorphism as sets, and it's fine under, it respects addition, but it doesn't respect multiplication? Yeah, because IA multiplied by IB is not the same thing as IAB. It's something different. Okay, so automorphisms is not just like symmetries of the thing as a set, obviously it's got to respect something. And really I want to think about the symmetries of C. If I'm thinking about this as a vector space, automorphisms, kind of the case of subscript. I think that's my clue that K should be preserved by this automorphism. Alright, okay, so it's something like take phi and K. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 1 is 2. Welcome to the live stream. So if your subfield doesn't have characteristic K, then I've proved that phi of 2 is 2. So preserving 2 as well. So it's not how I'm going to build K. So it's just noodling around. So yeah, just like take K and K. We know we're thinking of a general element in there as a combination of things. There's two possibilities of what might be true. Yeah, I think I want another definition of. I think I want to see another automorphism compatible with the K extension structure of M. Just want to get another. So the phrase compatible with is not quite working for me. I don't quite know what that means. So I'm going to try another definition. I'll try someone giving me slightly more words on that. So what do I want? I think I want automorphism. I'm going to try and find an automorphism of extensions. Oh, okay, right, this stuff. What am I going to use? Hey. Wait, okay, so I've got some notes from, where's UCSD? Is that California, San Diego? Yeah. Okay, got some notes from UCSD that I've Googled up. They define an automorphism of a field extension as just an automorphism which fixes K, the set. So this would be this. The restriction of phi to K is the identity. Phi extends the identity. Phi fixes every point of K and not just the whole subset. Oh, right, okay. I mean this second one actually. Fixes everything in K. Restriction of phi to K is the identity. Okay, so I found a different definition which says it's just defines it as the second one. Compatible with the K extension, because I can imagine being compatible with the K extension where you do some sort of stirring on K, but also overall respect everything. Respect these vector combinations by doing the stirring in the same way in each of the components. I don't really know what the stirring is. It's like, yeah, I can't really explain it at all. The idea that you're keeping one fixed doesn't obviously mean to me that you're keeping all of the elements of K fixed. Maybe I'm being daft, but yeah, okay. Can I find another definition? Automorphisms of, okay, what the AMS doing over here? Automorphisms of graph extensions, paper from 1971. Inclusion, any automorphism which takes G on itself. Oh gosh. Yeah, not this. Can I find a MathWorld thing about MathWorld automorphism of extensions? field automorphism. Sounds good. It's a good start. Set of automorphisms which fix a smaller field f prime from the group. Yeah, okay, fix a smaller field. Only automorphism which fixes A but could do something with B's. Okay, there's a good article here on field automorphisms that I found on MathWorld, which looks like this. Let's read this together. So this is going to tell me some things about Galois stuff. A field automorphism is a field of a field F is a bijective map. Preserves all of F's algebraic properties. More precisely, it's an isomorphism. Okay, good. Quick check. Good. Yeah. Okay. You got to check that 0 and 1 do the not right thing, and A and B. Field automorphism fixes the smallest field containing 1. The smallest field containing 1. Oh, so it gets you to fix. It has to fix Q. I was going somewhere with my 1+1 stuff. That will show you that it has to fix Q and fix all the integers, and then the isomorphic copy of Q, or if you're in a field of characteristic 0, or the isomorphic copy of ZP if you're in a field of characteristic P. Set of automorphisms which fix a smaller group F prime, that's this. Group by composition, because you can do one then another. That's the Galois group. Okay, so is that a Galois extension? Think carefully. Come back to Galois extensions, but okay, this Galois group. Example, take the rational numbers and then this extension of Q to throw in root 2 as well. The only automorphism of F which fixes Q, so all the Q numbers in here, the kind of Q subset, the A things over here, the only automorphism that fixes that is similar. So you've got to keep the A's still. You could do something with B's, but you've got to preserve the idea that, yeah, so you can choose where the kind of B vector goes, the vector 0, 1, you can choose where that goes, but yeah, why couldn't you rescale it? Because then you're going to multiply it by, you choose where 0, 1 goes, and then you get 0C for any C through multiplication. Why do you have to pick +1 or -1? Because you think that you want to satisfy multiplication stuff, right? You've got a multiplication rule which says 0, 1 multiplied by 0, 1 gets you, in this case, to the number 2, 0 in that extension. So those are precisely, oh my goodness, those are precisely the roots. What number should you put there? Well, you should put there the numbers that satisfy x squared equals 2. They're sort of this field extension contains 2 solutions, which under multiplication, yeah, okay, there exists a minimal polynomial which takes 0, 1, takes that thing which is a root of the minimal polynomial. So it's the minimal polynomial that gives this extension adjoining root 2. There exists a root corresponding to 0, 1, and then you can ask the question, how many roots are there? How many points are there in here such that you can, when you do the polynomial, you get to the same point. You get to 2. The point of 0, 1 is the root of the polynomial. When you apply the polynomial, you're doing this combination of adds and multiplies and powers and whatever. So you're doing a polynomial. You're going to get at most p roots, right, where p is the degree of that polynomial. And you've got to send it to one of the roots of that polynomial in big field, because you've got to send it to one of the roots. Because you want to make sure the place where you send it, I'm going to come and apply the polynomial to that, and I know that applying the polynomial before your image, the polynomial beforehand, p of x will be 0, and afterwards I'm going to do p of this thing, so that I'll find that p of your new point, because it moves out, it kind of conjugates with phi, is going to be phi of 0, which is 0. So I know that p of your new point directly, your new point will be a root of p. So you've got to send roots to roots for a field automorphism. That's important. Okay. Yeah, that's what we want. You got to send roots to roots for an automorphism, for a field automorphism to fix k. Okay. So this is something that fixes k. It just means you've got to fix k. And I couldn't really derive that from the description here, compatible with the k extension structure, unless I sort of assume that compatible means some stuff that it maybe doesn't. Thank you, University of California, San Diego. Right, okay. Fix k. You've got to send a root to a root field isomorphism. If you've got, hang on, so this, I'm jumping ahead now because that's considering something where there is a polynomial and roots and all the stuff like that. So if you're just fixing k, then now I can come along and say, okay, you are going to be compatible with the k extension structure because k, those vectors, that's sum of vectors. I want to write it out again. K1 E1 plus K2 E2. This is how we're imagining things that live inside big field M. Kn En. If it has finite combination, but whatever. I generalize it nicely to infinite combination or something. If you're imagining phi applied to that, then phi of the k's is just k. Phi fixes k. It behaves nicely over multiplication and addition. So you're going to end up with, under phi, this is going to go to k1 phi of e1 plus k2 phi of e2 plus dot 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 plus kn phi of en. Now I think those things should probably not be 0. Why do I think that so strongly? Because I think that if you've got phi of a is equal to 0, you're not really preserving the field structure, are you? Because what's phi of a inverse? It's supposed to be an inverse to this, right? Because I'm hoping that phi of a inverse phi of a will be phi of 1, which is 1. And over here, phi of a inverse, if that thing's 0, then there isn't really anything I could send this to in my field that would fix this and make this true. So I really don't think you should send any of these things to 0, or any combination of them to 0 for the same reason. I don't think you should send anything to 0. So if all these things are non-zero, then you end up with a vector space where these things are linearly independent, and you've got then a bijection because it's got the correct rank. I guess this has nullity 0. 0 dimension nullity. You shouldn't send anything to 0. Okay, which I think if you've got 0 dimension nullity, then it probably means in general that the ranks are the same. Same cardinality anyway. Right, which is best you can say. Okay. Getting somewhere. So for the dimension, we call that the degree. So in my example up there is n. We're going to call that the degree. And it's going to turn out to be something to do with, in the case that we're doing polynomial stuff, the degree over there. And the Taylor law here again is in rings and modules. So that thing where you make a large basis for the largest field out of products of these. Why does that work? So these elements are definitely in. These elements are definitely in the biggest one L. Sorry, the biggest one's L. Yeah, they're written in this kind of funny order anyway. The biggest one's L. these things are definitely in L, because come on, everything in L is in L, everything is M is in L, and they're independent. If you start adding them and use the fact that those are bases in a separate space. We saw this in rings and modules. Didn't really go through it very slowly, but hey. Right. Now, okay, let that be a field extension and choose something. Think about the annihilator. We're going to talk about A being transcendental or algebraic. If it's algebraic, we're going to talk about minimal polynomials. This is just like thinking about root 2 and finding minimal polynomials from root 2. Good stuff, is what we want. Okay. So those automorphisms again, to preserve the K structure, or to fix K more efficiently, to fix K, fix the element K still, then you preserve the K structure, and you're sending polynomial, we think you're sending roots like the one you get for being a quotient of a polynomial ring by irreducible polynomial. You're sending roots like that one to other roots. So you're going to be part of a permutation group then, particularly a finite group, Galois group. Okay. That has maximal ideal. Fine. Okay. Field extension, transcendental. For finite ones, which is the ones I really care about, in the case algebraic because of the general space, right? Suppose M is transcendental over K. Oops, sorry. M is transcendental over K. Then there's an injection of K vector spaces from the polynomial space to M. K is infinite dimensional. So for every polynomial, what is this? For every polynomial, I think I did this yesterday a bit, but I don't remember it. And for every polynomial, there's something in M. Injection is never zero, because you never see, as an injection, you never see, none of these polynomials work. M's transcendental, but that's infinite dimensional, which is huge. It's got size, the same as sequences of K, which is bigger than a finite dimensional vector space over K could be. Injection of a huge thing's fine, right? Oh no, the injection, yeah. Okay. Injection means they go to different places. Okay, I can remember this, can keep this straight, it's fine. Okay, separability. This was important. So separable polynomials first. And this is a slightly odd thing talking about it's P and P prime, looking for repeated roots. So this lines up with what I think about repeated roots. To check this for an actual polynomial that's been split here and has repeated roots, we say that p of x has no multiple roots if that common factor is 1. It has multiple roots. It's not separable yet. Right. Greatest common divisor of these polynomials in greatest common divisor. These polynomials are in K, so this one is kind of in K. So you can find the generator, and it's in K as well. Apply Euclidean division to find it, and then blah blah blah. Keep going down. Yep, this is just Euclidean division. So this generates it, but the polynomial is in there. Oh, okay, but it's just the same if you do it in L. You get the same polynomial. Unicity statement in Euclidean division. Unicity statement doesn't ring a bell. 2.4 quickly. Uniquely determined by these properties. Okay, right. Okay. Uniqueness. Unicity. Uniquely determined. Unicity. Good word. The statement of being uniqueness. The statement of being unique. unicity. Okay, the noun associated with uniqueness is already a noun. Oh, never mind. But it's a adjective. Not really. What is that? Okay, and that's the Euclidean algorithm, which is very good. Okay, not that exciting right now. I like this lemma, it's got a smiley face. Let's read 3.4. If you do a field extension, then P has multiple roots as polynomial coefficients k, even only if it has multiple roots as polynomial coefficients in L. Because the greatest common divisor rule for those things is 1 if and only if it's 1. Excuse me. In particular, if you factorise it in L, if it splits in L of x, then P of x has multiple roots as polynomial coefficients. Okay, no, sorry. If it splits, then it has multiple roots if and only if it's got actual multiple roots in L. I'm just going to switch between K and L quite a bit. Okay. Q factor of P. Right, so write down T and then Leibniz rule it. Brilliant. Which obeys the, product product rule. If now Q and Q prime both divisible by polynomial W, such that those things are not co-prime, then so would that thing be, and QT. Then one will be divisible by, no, okay, so they're not. Then Q and Q prime, okay, so Q has no multiple roots. It shows that this property P prime equals 1, that carries over. The ideal generated by P and P prime, they're co-prime polynomials. If you can if that ideal is the one ideal, then you can Bazoo and stuff, and you get combinations that look like Bazoo. So it generally happens unless they're not co-prime, if they share a root, multiple roots. We're thinking about that as multiple roots in general, right? So if we're dealing with real polynomials, we might be thinking about repeated roots in C, except that doesn't happen for real polynomials because of complex conjugates. Anyway, so I've got card 0, so this doesn't divide deck P, and P of x is irreducible, then this is true. This looks good. Okay, and are we going to directly calculate this for 3.6? I feel like 3.6 comes back, so I'm going to pay attention. By definition, we can do the derivative. By assumption, we see that yep, these things, the characteristic K does not divide the degree of P. What if D, why does that mean the co-prime? What if D divides the characteristic of P? Don't know. Don't mind, because D is not 0 in K. Not 0. D is not 0 in K because of what characteristic really is. Definition of characteristic just means the number of times you add 1 together, right? Look, I don't think I come here for rings of small non-zero characteristic. I came here for Q. See the definition of the characteristic. What's going on? D would be rubbish if D was 0k. The degree of the polynomial. Why would D be that? D is the power. D is the power. Our characteristic is an integer. Why would D be equal to 0k and k? D is a number in Z. we're using this weird notation where we've got integers acting on ring elements. Look, anyway, this thing's non-zero. Oh right, degree's not. Maybe it just means 0. Now, since P is irreducible, any common divisor of P and P prime must be either a non-zero constant or P times a non-zero constant. Any common divisor. Oh, P is irreducible, so you can't really have common divisors, can it? It cannot be equal to P times a non-zero constant because the derivative has got a smaller degree, so it must be a non-zero constant. Oh, okay, and then that's fine, so we're done. Field type generated. We should say that P of X. Wait, that's polynomial. Is a separable polynomial if all the irreducible factors. This is after 3.6 is this definition of separable polynomial. All the irreducible factors of Px have no multiple roots. Such a funny definition because it feels like it could still have a repeated root. That P could have multiple roots. If just like its irreducible components are squared or something. Maybe that means those two irreducible factors would be multiple roots. Yeah, okay, so yeah, no, okay. It does mean no multiple roots. Oh, and I'm thinking a lot about C being algebraically closed, right? So I'm thinking P of X just has these roots, look at the roots, find out if they're multiple or not. You can always split in P in the kind of splitting field in C, you can split down to, in C you can split down to these linear factors and then you're done. But it might be the case that there are some irreducible factors of P in general that could have multiple roots despite being irreducible. That doesn't make any sense because we just said that it doesn't look like it happens at all. Show me the thing. Yeah, okay. The G's from 3 by this notion invariant under field extension from 3 by 5 in corollary 3.4 because over here you could go up and factorize it in a field extension as well. Note that according to 3.6 an irreducible function whose degree is prime to the characteristic of K is separable. Okay. So yeah, right, okay. If characteristic K is 0, then any irreducible polynomial is going to be separable. Right, okay, so I'm imagining my favourite sort of ring, ones where characteristic is 0. Any irreducible polynomial with coefficients in K is separable. Because its irreducible factors will all be separable. No repeated roots. And then we know from somewhere back there that if your factors separable, you're separable. No, if your factors not separable. If you're separable, all your factors are. Then Q has no multiple roots with Q as a factor. So yeah, the other way, the converse of that would be if Q has multiple roots, then I suppose probably P has multiple roots because this is like an if and only if, right? If Q has multiple roots, then P has multiple roots, the same roots, because if QQ prime is, if QQ prime has a polynomial W, then this would be too. Yes, this doesn't. Does this need to be phrased as a contradiction? Anyway, never mind. Okay, separable field extensions. Let's go. 3.8. All algebraic extensions of K are separable. Fantastic stuff. Follows from the previous remark because irreducible polynomials are separable. So the minimal polynomial, which will be irreducible because it's minimal, the minimal polynomial will be irreducible. And in fields I care about, irreducible polynomials are separable. So any, okay, in the fields I care about, any algebraic extension is separable, because algebraic means you have a minimal polynomial, it's irreducible, therefore it's separable. No repeated roots, no multiple roots. Okay, that's fresh from the last remark, so okay. So 3.8. So if you're separable m over l and l over k, then suppose m over k is separable, then m over l and l over k are both separable. So if those are algebraic extensions, wait, hang on. If the field has characteristic 0, then is this easy? Because these will be algebraic over field of characteristic 0. This L will also be a field of characteristic 0 because it contains K, which is where the identity lives, which is that isomorphic copy of Q, essentially, or isomorphic to Q. So L is also going to be characteristic 0, so that's good. That means that one. Okay. So for the fields I care about, this is just easy. It just builds up as being a consequence of the previous thing. But to be less cheeky, let's go and do it properly. L over K be separable, so M and let P and K be its minimal polynomial over K. Take the minimal polynomial over K. Now let Q be the minimal polynomial of M. Okay. M was a good name for a minimal polynomial, and now it's P's and Q's. So by assumption, you've got an even better one by looking at L. Again by assumption, but P has no multiple roots. But there's a factor. So P have right, no, there's a restriction. Yeah, okay, so this one is because of a kind of restriction. Does it have multiple roots over L? P of X up here. P of X and K of X has got no multiple roots over K, and therefore no multiple roots over L. If it had multiple roots over L, this starting to sound surprising. If it had multiple roots over L, the big field, you could somehow detect that from its multiple roots over P, over the small field. L over K is a field extension. Multiple roots is polynomial coefficients K, if no, right. Nope, yep. That proof is clear. Fine, okay. I'll just take it. Not worth worrying about sometimes. Yep, separable. I tried to engage. And then let's try and understand this finite extension, which is not separable. So it does not involve a field of characteristic 0. It's one of the fields that I don't care about, the field of characteristic 2. That's a lie, I kind of care about these a bit. Okay, and Px is x squared minus t. I don't know what t is. I hope it's not important. Okay, it's f2 of t. Field of fractions of things from z2 of t. So is this like... the field of fractions of polynomials on t, right? What a weird example. What are we doing? K is the field of fractions of polynomials with coefficients of f2. Those polynomials should be polynomials of t. Or is it just f2 augmented with t as a field extension? But what's t? It's just like... no, okay, and then we get p of x is x squared minus t. T is like some magic number maybe. Since p of x is of degree 2 and has no roots in k, so go to k and start checking if this thing has roots. where you might take something from f2 round brackets of t, square it and subtract t. What? But then you make a field like this, and oh dear, p prime is 0, so it's got p is the minimum polynomial of some particular x mod p in that one, in that set. It's the minimal polynomial. It kind of looks like a minimal polynomial, doesn't it? Which is L over there. So here is an example that I don't really understand, where the minimal polynomial of some element in L is not separable because it has, I want to say multiple roots. It has p prime is 0. Okay, bit weird. I hope this doesn't matter too much, really, to be honest. The extension is not separable. Why is it the minimal polynomial of that in this quotient ring? Really? Oh, right, hang on, so let's just calculate, right? So let's go in there and calculate, literally, p of that, x squared minus t. That is p of x. So we apply p to that thing, you get p of x, which then we ignore by the quotient. So that's 0. But yeah, okay. I don't understand what f2 is. Oh, so f2 is just kind of around here because f2 is just kind of around. f2 is just kind of also here. And so is the number t. And we're looking at combinations. And for some reason there's x squared as this polynomial, which is a polynomial in k of x. With the magic number t in there as well. I don't know about the t. Not sure what the t is doing in this example. 1 exclamation mark. Do I want 2 exclamation marks? No. Okay. So this is carefully constructed as this field. P is irreducible. Has degree 2 and no roots. So you do get a field like this. Looking at polynomials in, I don't really understand this field because of the t. Looking at this field, maybe it is just augmented with t, for some number t. What's t? So then L is a field. Yep. Well, the standard thing about quotienting by a maximal ideal. Let P of x be x squared minus t. Okay, so I want to go back up here and think about this. So this definitely has p prime 0, which is our clue that this has. Because p prime constantly 0, because p prime 0 is kind of like a constant polynomial in some sense. I mean, it's not. It takes different values for different x, but its p prime is 0 in the f2 world. And again, I don't really understand this. Is this the extension of f2 to include t, or is it some sort of like field of I don't really think it's supposed to be a field of fractions, or is it like fractions for f2 of x but written with a t? This sounds very unlikely. The field of fractions doesn't feel very useful, whereas the extension to include like some symbol t is kind of a description of what I can see in the next line. Okay, learning. Okay, so separable means that the minimal polynomial doesn't have any repeated roots, but that's okay in my degree 0 and my characteristic 0 fields because any irreducible polynomial will be separable, and a separable polynomial will be irreducible. Yeah, try reducing it. Oh no, separable polynomials can reduce. That's fine. That's totally fine. There are loads of separable polynomials. Just trying to avoid having repeated roots. Okay. Where are we going with this? I want to go down here, I think, to simple extensions again. So this was loads of work to try and find the smallest field. Generated by S over K. So in this context, we're starting with a field extension. So if you start with a big field and just take a subfield, that's a field extension. If you start with going from K to a new thing M, and the inclusion map I of K is technically different because now you're talking about the copy of K that lives inside M. I don't know. The elements of S are called generators. Okay, so yeah. The field extension M over K is the composition of the natural field extensions K of S over K and M over K of S. So M could be much larger, you can field extend over, because these are all fields and they live inside each other, so it's fine. Note the following elementary fact. Then you could build it one at a time. Simple extension if there's a single element that gives it. And the examples are, surprisingly, you can build this one with a single element, and the field of fractions you can build by field of fractions of polynomials in Q you can build with X. X is transcendental over Q. Oh, M is a transcendental extension of Q in this case, but it's a simple transcendental extension of K. It's generated by the element X, which does live in that field. Okay. You can make everything in there with X. That really is field of fractions this time. Okay. So let P be the minimal polynomial. There's a natural isomorphism of K extensions from, okay, here's the minimal polynomial. K alpha is the extension of K to include alpha adjoining that root as well. And this is the thing from rings and modules where this thing K alpha over K, that extension is isomorphic to this quotient. They're both K extensions. M, because this is the extension over K that includes includes K, and then alpha for a nice simple extension. And this one includes a copy of K in the constants that's isomorphic, an isomorphic copy. Okay, the amount follows from definitions. Since p of x is non-zero, so that's a maximal ideal, so it's a field. This field must be all of M by the different definition of M. That's just how M works, right? Definition of M is the smallest, it's the intersection of fields. Yeah, we have this complicated definition, right, where we look at the intersection of fields that contain it. But this one contains K as well, so no more, no less, really. This is M. Right, so then the size of this is the degree of polynomial. Hooray! Indeed. So size of K alpha over K. The dimension of that field extension is the degree of P. Indeed, in the K vector space, that set of polynomials up there is a basis. It's the one that you want. Okay. So now 3.10, we're talking about taking a simple algebraic extension, P of x minimal polynomial, K to L be an extension of field, so we're going up to a different one, different field. Then the maps of K extensions from M to L are in one-to-one correspondence with the roots of P in L. So these are maps of, okay, it sounds like the roots thing. If you've got some roots of P in, yeah, and here's me tracking roots again. So the maps of K extensions of M, so M includes K and alpha. K extension is going to fix K. What's it going to do to alpha? Well, alpha satisfies the minimal polynomial P of alpha, so P of alpha is 0, you're going to have P of this thing is 0 as well. And you're not really supposed to send anything to 0, are you? Or that's a root, sorry, that's a root. P, the calculation in that field is P can send things to 0. The map that preserves the K extension is not supposed to. Gosh, there's secretly like a phi map hiding in here as well as the polynomial. So many functions. Functions applied to functions. Good stuff. I'm just going to grab a copy of these notes before we move on. UCSD. Try to attribute where I'm getting all my stuff from. Occasionally the stream is referring to other things as well. Today we're going a little bit further, looking at other things. Okay. So, finitely generated algebraic extension is a finite extension. The dimension can't be that large. When you go to the larger one, so L is this even larger thing, an extension of fields. Maybe the next one you're doing is maybe the next one that you're doing is to add in another root or something, add in another alpha 2 or something. What is this? A finitely generated algebraic extension. So finitely many things in the subset S that's generating that algebraic extension down here. Field generated by S of K, finitely generated for this thing. Means has finite dimension. The maps are in one-to-one correspondence. There are not that many of them. There's sort of dimension of the extension, dimension of, there are this many of them. No, that's the degree of the minimal polynomial. So that there are at most that many of them, right? At most that many, because you don't know how many roots you're going to get. Wait, no, polynomials can have loads of roots. Let's be careful. I'm sneaking in facts about how many roots polynomials have, which I shouldn't be. I think I have something about splitting in the degree. Once you split it, does that work for things like so in Z8 you can have loads of roots to equations like x squared minus 1. Sorry, that's not a field, is it? That's not a field, so it's not relevant to today's discussion, I suppose. And maybe I should analyse in there how it's not necessarily the case that this kind of field preserving stuff happens. Okay, two maps of K extension M to L, which correspond to the two roots of x squared plus 1 in C. Two maps of K extension from M, which is Q with i's in it, Q and I. Q and I, what are we calling this? Field of fraction of Q over I, which is the rational coefficient complex numbers. K to Q, L, B, Q, 2 of C. There is no map of K extension of M to L because the roots of x squared plus 1 do not lie in L, which are all real numbers. Where are you going to send I to? You want it to satisfy x squared plus 1. Where are you going to send it? Wait, no, that's not a field of fractions. That's, again, just the field extension. It's so hard to keep the round bracket straight because sometimes it's field of fractions and sometimes it's... Goodness me, what have we got? Yeah, we were actually writing K of X for everything, right? Yeah, if you see K of X, it means the field of fractions for the polynomial ring. If you see k of not a letter other than x, it usually means just joining that root in. That is awkward. Okay, so I'm getting really thrown behind the round brackets. We're also using round brackets for ideals and for mod up here. So there's a lot of brackets going on. Look, there's 3 here, and they're all different sorts of closed bracket. That one is because this is a function with argument x. The next one is because we're thinking about the ideal generated by p of x, and this closed bracket is because we're thinking about things which, by the way, are mod px. But all together, we're thinking about that as a comment on this coset. Yeah, just normal closed 3 sorts of brackets. Good. If L is C, then there are some maps between those things. Good. Okay. Okay, time for some splitting fields, I think. So just your polynomial split into factors. We say it splits in K if there's some state in K, some prefactor maybe. There's some sequence of alpha I such that you can just write it down in terms of these linear factors. At which point I think it's obvious what the roots are. Could there be another root? No, because then plugging in a different root will give me this product of stuff which couldn't be 0 because this is an integral domain. Is each of these things roots? Yeah, obviously. Those are roots. We're done. Okay. Got all the roots. Brilliant. That's what we wanted. If only we could do this for quintics in a sensible manner. X squared plus 1 splits in C, but none are. Algebraic closed if any polynomial with coefficient splits in L. So polynomials in C split in C. If p of x reduces 1 degree bigger than 1, then p of x has no roots in K. Proposition 2.9. No roots in K. That proposition 2.9 is the factor theorem, I think. Factor theorem, yeah. Back. And in particular, it does not split in K. Yeah, okay. So irreducible ones with higher degree don't split, so that's good. Okay, field extension is a splitting extension, or we sometimes say splitting field for the polynomial p in k of x if p of x splits in M, the bigger field. So you go to M and it splits. M is generated over K by the roots of p of x in M. So you get loads of roots in M, and that's all really that you have in M. It's kind of the smallest possible one. Okay. I do want that there. Okay. So I suppose you could go to a splitting field and say, show me the roots, and then you would say, oh, actually, no, show me the roots. That's fine. I'll just use those. I'll use those to join onto K, so that I get a kind of field over which P still splits because it contains those, but M is actually generated. This new field I'm talking about now is now generated by those roots. That assumes that you can go somewhere for the splitting field, right? And this is the clever proof to make it split. To make it split. Here we go, 3.13. So pi is just stellar. There exists a field extension which is a splitting extension for P. This is so wow. And then if it is, there's only really one. Isomorphic is K extensions. Fine. Let's kind of take the roots. What does it generate? You can rearrange them, I guess. Let K be a splitting extension for P, and let J ever be any K extension, then the images of all the maps of K extensions L to J coincide. So this says something like maps of K extensions from L to J coincide. You've got to decide what you're doing with the roots, I think. Let's read the proof. So we're now very much in the world of polynomials and thinking about fields where you actually get the roots. It's brilliant that you can always do that, and it's a two-step thing. I remember this. So it's induction with 2 steps for each go round. Let's read it from here. This proof is so good. Yeah, if it's degree 1, then k is itself a splitting extension. It's already got its roots. We're done. Okay, so go higher degree. Take an irreducible factor of p, so it might be irreducible. And it might be irreducible itself, but it's going to have an irreducible factor. Yeah, it's good to think about degree and just to show that it doesn't do that kind of infinite chain thing. It's principal ideal domain, so it's noetherian. PIV an irreducible factor. This is very cheeky because I didn't prove the noetherian thing this morning. Let M1 be that field. M1 is a field. There's a natural map of rings up to M1 into M1, making a field extension because K goes to there. You know, constant polynomials in here. By definition, P has a root in M1 corresponding to X, and this is the bit, I think, from rings and modules where you pick that. So now let M be a splitting field for P quotiented by X minus A in M1. So take that root, call that thing A, and split a bit further using the inductive hypothesis. Splitting field for, oh, so no, this is just divide it, right? This is just do polynomial division. This morning, who was on here this morning saying, find one and go for it? Yeah, find one and go for it. So P of X up here, we've got a root for it now. It's like we found I or something. Try and multiply it out to get a smaller, try and divide it out to get a smaller polynomial. And then go to the splitting field for that, which exists by inductive hypothesis. M for the splitting field of over M1. Right, okay, well you need to convince me that P splits in M. Oh no, you're just going to claim it. Construction P splits in M. Gosh, because it splits in, its roots are in, we know it's got a root in, right, hang on, we know the rest of it has got roots in M, and then we know that the other last remaining root is in M1, which is in M. Right, let the other ones be the roots. Oh, it does by the beginning of subsection 3.3 and 3.9. Okay, build it up. Build it up. Yeah, okay. Find me. Right, so this is to go down, take the roots. M, take A, which I guess we could have called A1, never mind, to build up this field M. M is generated over K. Beginning of subsection 3.3. Was there something good there in 3.3 and 3.9? I don't remember what those were. 3.9. These things are isomorphic. Oh, right, okay. Alpha is from M. Alpha in M. So this is the kind of coset thing, right? These things are isomorphic. Okay, back down here. I don't understand how we're using that. Oh, it's sort of isomorphism stuff. M is generated over K, but it's root in M. Oh, hang on, yeah, so that 3.9 was just now was saying that the thing where you quotient, which is what I've got over here for M1, the thing where you quotient is isomorphic to the thing where you add in just the root. So you just add in the root, that's isomorphic. So that's to justify that this M1 thing is actually isomorphic to, well, this M1 quotient thing is actually isomorphic to this. And then we're going to add in the other roots as well. Let's build it up. Beginning of subsection 3.3 will be telling me about adding these things together, adding these things up. Yeah, this thing, elementary factor, build it together. Okay. I'm not sure that's super deep, it's just extra references around. Okay, that's very good. This does get sort of small hearts. Just force this thing to have roots by continually constructing these kind of fields where a root exists. It makes this thing quotienting the polynomial ring by an irreducible polynomial looks so good because you get a root in the new world and you just sort of keep going, right? You keep going by degree. So kind of polynomials, in some sense, split into exactly the right number of roots. If it's separable, no repeated roots, right? So separable somewhere? Oh no. Why doesn't it say separable anywhere? Do you not want it to be separable? Maybe not. Why is that fine? Why would repeated roots be okay? I guess you could just pick them up along the way, wouldn't you? Some of these would be the same as each other. So ki minus I is the same thing. That's not a repeated root, but some of the roots were repeated, then you would augment it with another copy or just the same thing, right? You'd say, I've already got that number. Works out. Okay. Down here we go then to part 2. Gosh, part 2, what are we proving down here? We're proving that if L of k is a splitting extension, then L and M are isomorphic. There's kind of only really one splitting extension. If deck P is 1, there's nothing to prove. Fine, okay, because it's its own splitting extension, it's already split. It's isomorphic to itself. A and M be a root of P and M, and let Q be its minimal polynomial, then Q splits in M and also in L, since it divides P. A1 be a root of Q in L. Right, yeah, these two different splitting extensions, fine. Notice that M over K of A is a splitting extension of that in KA. A splitting extension of this thing divided by x minus A. I mean, it's roots now. We've got roots, so we're just dividing it. That's not a quotient, that's division? Yeah, division by, oh, maybe it's, I'm thinking of it as division. There's too many round brackets in these notes. Similarly, it's a splitting extension of that of A1. Now let J be that. Ring J has a field, so it's Q is irreducible. There are natural isomorphisms, and of those two of K extensions by now 3.9. Remember, which said there's this natural thing that you can do to look at kind of cosets. J, oh right, okay. K of x quotient Q. Have we got K of x quotient P as well? Consider the J extensions arising from these isomorphisms by the inductive hypothesis. We're dealing with lower degree polynomials now. These two J extensions are isomorphic. By construction, isomorphism of J extensions also isomorphism of K extensions is so complicated. There's so much. Help. Kind of just got to go through it really slowly, I think. Show me the statement again. So 2. L of k the splitting extension for P. L and M. In this context, I think L and M are both splitting fields for K. So I think we've got K in L and also K in M, and we're going to try and show that these things are isomorphic as K extensions. They're both going to have dimension, the same dimension, right? So dimension over K, those polynomials with the same degree, right? Oh, but we don't really know the minimal polynomials apparently. Excuse me. So pick a root in M. So we've got K and K to L. Pick A in M. Be a root of P of X in M. And let Q of X be its minimal polynomial in K. With coefficients in K. And Q splits in M and also in L since it divides P of X. Yep. Okay, Q divides M, and Q splits in M and also in L. Q splits in M because it divides P. P splits, so K is going to split as well. All of its roots are roots of P. And that means that it splits, because it divides P, it splits in L as well. So now look at L and find me a root of Q in L. Now find A1 root of Q in L. So back over looking at M over K, where I put A on is a splitting extension of that thing, which is in K. Why is this in? Is that an element? Anyway, similarly, L over K of A1 is a splitting extension of this thing in K1, K of A1. No, that's a polynomial with division. So it's an element of this extension. Or maybe we mean that, no. K of A, that's a field. This thing doesn't feel like it's in that field at all. Anyway, I'll let J be the polynomials quotiented by Q. Bring J as a field, fine, yep. And there are natural isomorphisms. It looks like K of A, and it looks like K of A1 as well. Right, and that's 3.9 looking at the quotients. You can quotient K of X by Q of X in either place. Q is just some factor of P, so you can quotient it in either sense. So it's finding a root. Show me the roots from each one. Did you extend it in either direction? Doesn't matter. Each of those is isomorphic to this particular quotient made by of a field quotient there. So gaining a root is the same as gaining any root, because the properties you'll gain are, as a vector space, you'll gain, if you number the roots, you can't really say which one you've got. They aren't inherently numbered. So when you do the quotient with a polynomial, you're going to gain a root, but you can't really say which root you gained. Maybe? Anyway, that's what I'm thinking about for this K of A thing, right? It's isomorphic to J. It's kind of isomorphic to if you gained a different root. The important properties are going to be that, for these simple extensions, the important properties are just that K is still there, it's fine, so isomorphic is fixed. And the new thing is like a separate vector. They've got the same degree because they've got the same minimal polynomial, so the vectors have the same dimension. Vector spaces have the same dimension. Excuse me, and the properties just come from the minimal polynomial in terms of multiplication. It's multiplication that I'm worried about on that vector space, but it comes from the same polynomial, so it should be alright. Inductive hypothesis. Going up all the way up to from M upwards, but those two J isomorphisms extensions are isomorphic. Isomorphism of J extensions is also an isomorphism of K extensions, so we're done. Crikey. M isomorphic to L of J extensions. Also isomorphic of K extensions. J at least includes K. Isomorphism of K extensions means that you fix you fix K. So if you fix J, definitely fix K. Morning, Reminisce Fifth. Good to see you. Welcome back. We're getting really bogged down in abstract algebra this afternoon. I'm on a routine this week only, but this is on a stream. I stream. The joke is that I'm streaming 9 till 5 UK time, like a job. It's important for me. It's important for me to have regular study time set aside where I turn my phone off and I'm just studying. And to keep me honest on my timings, I'm on Twitch, so I'm there. Cool. Yep, that's the idea. Nice and regular, forcing myself to keep studying. Yeah. Turn everything off. No distractions. I can't go and browse social media or something because I'm currently live streaming and I can't leave because I'm on stream, which is not great. I've heard about these things that some people who work from home do, where they're in like a club where they agree to join a remote video call together, and none of them say anything. They just all sit there in the video call, not saying anything, just getting on with their jobs, but knowing that kind of other people are around, so that if you're working from home, you still kind of feel like other people are around as well. I think it sounds really weird being in a Teams call or something where you don't say anything and there are just other strangers not really watching you. But I guess that's sort of what I'm doing, except with Twitch. So it's also being broadcast to the public internet and recorded. Maybe that's an error, but hey. Yeah, memes about low attention span. I find it difficult. Just remember my phone not off. See, thanks, Reminisce Fifth. You've reminded me to actually mute my phone. There we go. Okay. We were doing some sort of extensions, trying to convince me that these notes are trying to convince me that there's only really one splitting field extension. I kind of want it to be because the roots are kind of interchangeable. That's a bit daft, but yeah. Okay, so I think I'm going to look down here then at part 3. L over K is splitting extension of P of X, and let J over K be any K extension. Images and the maps coincide. What are we tackling now? So we're on. So we got to the Quintic, kind of. Yesterday evening I did a big push to get to the Quintic, just tag the one that I'm looking for, but I don't understand it. Partly because the language got much more complicated. Maths does this thing where it builds on previous results. You've probably seen this in school already, that stuff that you had uses previous results. So like the quadratic formulas really rely on you being able to do algebra to rearrange things. Our algebra has also got harder. Does it get harder if I say, so when I'm studying algebra, I make it easier. It stays the same, I change, right? I'm going really bogged down in the details of this particular theorem. I'd like to understand how it works, and what it says, because we're going to like use it later on as well. Okay, L over K splitting extension for P, and J over K being any K extension. The images of all the maps of K extensions coincide in J. Maps of K extensions, images coincide. What does that mean? So the image, so I should imagine a splitting extension first for P of X. I've got to imagine a splitting extension, and then imagine a much larger. Oh no, this might not be larger. This might be a sort of different, just any different extension. Now, where are you going to send the roots? Is I think always the question. Where are you going to send the roots? I think that's going to be the question that we want to understand. Where do you send the roots? And then you're generated by the image of that. J might contain some roots of the polynomial, in which case, brilliant, we'll use those. Do we have to use all of them? Probably, if it's got multiple roots of P. The images actually coincide. We'll see down there. Not obvious to me that if J's got lots of roots, that we have to use all of them. Unless, you know, if it has like 2 and P's got 5 roots in the splitting extension. Anyway, what was the longest time you tried to understand something? Take you long enough to understand. I think I spent a lot of time when I was doing a degree at university. I spent a lot of time trying to understand. I want to try and pick out like the most technical thing that I can remember from university, but there are some things in there where on and off I came back to them lots of times, and every time I came back it felt like I understood them a bit better. So in some ways there are things that are so complicated that I still feel like I don't understand them. So like my entire life. No, that's a stupid answer. Definitely I've spent a lot of time worrying about the boundary integral formula in Stokes flow, which is really technical and has a huge number of terms in it. It's got like loads of stuff going on. Overstatement, maybe it's not got that many terms. And I spent weeks and weeks trying to properly understand it when I was learning it in uni, and then when I did my PhD, I had to do some actual work with it, and there I was stuck on things for months trying to get things to work. I mean, longest I tried to understand something is like drop coalescence for 3.5 years. So my PhD project took me years of attacking something from different angles to try and be essentially the first person to understand it in this new sense of the sort of maths we were trying to use to solve the problem. Yeah, I think I'll use that final answer, 3.5 years. 3.5 years, droplet coalescence. Homepage on the web, on the homepage on the Twitch page for my experiences of doing a PhD, I guess, sort of. Right, okay, but that's not what we're doing today. There's nothing to do with my experiences of Galois theory, which is where I want to be. Looking at images from the splitting extension, which contains all the roots, to J over K, just any K extension, can be small or large. And the images are going to coincide. Okay, 3. If there are no maps, then statement is empty. Fine, good, okay. Oh, you have to send the roots to different. You have to send the roots to different roots, because if you send the roots to the same root, then you've got a combination that goes to 0, and you're not supposed to send the combination to 0 because these are all fields with inverses. J's got to have all the roots. It can't just have some of them. There'll be no maps. Okay. The image of phi is generated over K by the image of the roots of J and phi. Knew it. Brilliant. These images are the roots of P of X in J. Yep, good. To see this, plug it through. What are these sigmas? Is that the polynomial? Yeah, so these are the symmetric. These sigmas are symmetric functions. We called them S before, but that's fine. This is like S1, S2. before. Now our sigmas, but fine. Okay, and I think they're the symmetric functions. So once it's factorised, you get this, which is like theatre draw. Reminisce fifth. If you've got a quadratic, you know that this is like the sum of the roots with a minus sign, and this is the product of the roots down here. So you know, oh, there's an x in there. So you know to look for the product of the roots over here and the sum of the roots with a minus sign in there. That generalises nicely. So in general, your polynomial has, and then there are these more complicated functions. So instead of product and sum, there are these more complicated objects. But the plus and minus signs go through, minus, plus, minus, dot, 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 plus, on the way through. So you get these alternating plus minus signs. That pattern continues. I like it when a pattern continues. Higher, more terms in this polynomial. It goes up to x to the power of d, d for degree. Okay. So the elements phi of f1, the images, are the roots of, gosh, yeah, sorry, you're gonna hide. The images of this p of x. Okay, this is the coefficients of p of x, line k. Now the set of roots of p of x and j does not depend on phi. That's the assertion. Oh, bye. See ya. Good luck with the exams. It's nice having people solving quadratics. It's a good reminder of why we want to solve quadratics, right? Okay. The set of roots of p of x in j does not depend on phi. No, if I was just a map, j's either got those roots or it doesn't. Can phi at least mix them around? Oh, it's the image that coincides. It's the image that coincides. Right, right. The elements here are the roots of this. So we applied phi, and these symmetric functions are just multiplication and addition. So it follows through. Phi kind of trickles through all of that symmetric function stuff. Let's be applied to the alpha things down there. Give us p of x. I sort of get it, but I can't do it. I can't do it with the notation. I can sort of say it out loud, but I can't. It's the other way around. I feel it in my heart, but I can't feel it in my brain. So phi goes in, does it? The elements are the roots of this. But that is, oh right, no, sorry, we're moving phi outwards. I should read what's written. Phi, these elements really are the roots of that polynomial, but we've moved phi out here. So it's just going the other way around. Now, that's phi applied to the coefficient of the polynomial, which I don't understand. The coefficient of the p lying k. Oh, so the coefficients of p are fixed by this k thing. So it's equal to p. Yeah, okay. So the map as a k extension map as a map of k extensions, that means it fixes things in k. Okay, getting there, I think. So these field automorphisms means that these field automorphisms for polynomials over the rationals I've been thinking about a lot. P of x over k of m over k, where I'm thinking about maybe k being q, the rationals. M are isomorphic. Yeah, so this. So isomorphisms of k extensions preserve the rationals. That's not what I'd been imagining at all. When people talk about the Galois group permuting the roots, I suppose the roots aren't rational because it's an irreducible quintic. So I've been imagining it's going to leave the rationals alone when you do an automorphism of the field. Okay, so we're going to get to Galois stuff in a mo, but we've got some normal extensions first. Just to wrap up section 3, I think some of this might be important. Was it 3.15 that I was looking out for? It's back over here. Something. 3.13 we just did, we thought about quite a lot. Oh no, 3.18 is very important. Down the proof. So we're going to get there when we get there. Oh yeah, because we're going to do normal and separable. Okay, and I need to know normal and separable stuff in order to understand what a Galois extension is. Yeah, okay, so I've got 1, 2 and a half pages. 3 pages. And I think I rushed it yesterday as well, so I should not rush it today. Yeah, it was just before lunch and I really pushed through. Okay, getting more closer to this understanding of these automorphisms, which is the tricky thing. Field extension k goes to L. That's now be the roots of L. Okay, here we go. So this often applies to Q and C, which is what I want. Take a polynomial in, let's say, Q of x, comparing it with this. Suppose that a field extension up to L, which is algebraically closed, and up to C, which is algebraically closed, so that these things then have coefficients in L, C, by being coefficients in K. Okay, so the coefficients in K will be the coefficients. The coefficients in K are therefore coefficients in L, which means that since it's algebraically closed, we get roots. It splits in that, but that's not necessarily the splitting field. We should pull down to find out where these roots are, find the roots, then adjoin them on one at a time. That's a subset of L. It's a splitting field for P. Any splitting field for P? There might be several, but they're sort of isomorphic. Simply follows from the fact that P of x splits in K of S, yep. And from the fact that K of S is generated over the roots of P of x and K of S, yes. Right, okay, so if you want a splitting field, go up to C and then restrict down to the roots. So find the roots because it's algebraically closed, and then you go down, so you are living in C. And later on I saw there were some things about living in a larger field. Maybe I'm going to keep that being C because that's algebraically closed. For any field K, there's an algebraic field extension where K bar is algebraically closed, and that's kind of unique. It's called the algebraic closure, but we're not going to use that. Okay, that is interesting. That's like how you go from Q up to C. Algebraic closure. We've kind of seen that you can hack your way by induction towards roots of any given polynomial. Algebraic closure means you can do roots of every polynomial. Not obvious how to do that. Probably want to do something like union over all possible polynomials, but that's huge. That can't be what you do. Yeah, not union, but adjoin over all of the roots of all of the polynomials. Right, that's infinitely many things, but it's a subset. Yeah, something like that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, 3 o'clock, taking a quick break, and then we're going to come back for normal extensions. Normal extensions are going to be useful because half the definition of Galois extension. And somewhere in here we've got theorem 3.18, which actually tells us the kind of three different definitions of what a Galois extension is down here. This bit's super important. Okay. And here's a note in 3.15. If you only care about Galois extensions, set L, M, and J to be the same thing in 3.15. That is here. So if I only care about automorphisms, after I come back in 5 minutes, I'm going to be thinking about these things to be the same. Right. Minimal polynomial of K of any element of L splits in L. Because it might not split. This is the thing about it might not split. Right, good. Right, I am taking a break. 5 minutes, back in 5. Quest is to be continued. I'll be back very soon with more coffee. And we're back again. Normal extensions. Let's go. So there's quite normal looking things, which don't count as normal extensions, because when you put that root in, you get this minimal polynomial. But doesn't split it because you don't get all three roots. I'm just thinking, if you put a different root of that polynomial in, you get something different. It matters which root you extend with, the roots are not created equal, right? Because the other root is something like, there is another root of this, right? But if you extend to put that one in, then I reckon you'll gain, so if you put in, what is the other cube root? Cube root of 2, omega cube root of 2, well, omega is the, one of the cubic roots of unity. If you put that one in, can you generate this one? Can you generate this one? Does it split if you put that root in? I sort of think it shouldn't, but it feels like maybe it will. So that's related by square root of 3 stuff. Yeah, maybe I don't think it's going to generate the other ones, because I've only got rational numbers, and the difference between those, or the difference between that, it's not above a rational, so I can't extract that distance, so we can't extract that one to get to the other point. So that's weird, and I would like to think about, at some point, I would like to think about the field extension that you get by extending with this root versus the one you get by extending by one of the other roots. Why do I think these things are different? Are they going to be... they've got to be isomorphic because they're both fields over Q of degree... They're both field extensions over Q of degree 3. They're both vector spaces. They've got the same kind of rules? Same structure? Well, we're going to do Galois theory, right, to find out why. Galois theory will help us understand. Okay. Whatever, it's not normal. Could be lots of things, but it's not normal. Let's see then. Extension of that one is normal because when you extend you root 2 and then you get minus root 2 as well because you get the additive inverse. Any quadratic, once you've got one of the roots, a minus b, any quadratic, once you've got one of the roots, the minimal polynomial, so for any quadratic, the minimal polynomial has got degree less than or equal to 2, and then the degree of the extension once you put one of the roots in will be 2. But this, okay, so your minimal polynomial, that quadratic, has a root in this new world. So, and any polynomial of degree less than or equal to 2 which has a root splits. So if you replace in this argument root 2 with the root of any quadratic to talk about any quadratic at all, extending to put one of the roots in, you always pick up the other one as well. And that degree 2 extension, you're now done. That's the splitting field of the quadratic. You just have to put one of the roots in. Might be real, might be not. And then I think your Galois group is going to preserve the rationals. So let's assume your root's not rational. Preserve the rationals, and it might interchange the two roots. Galois group could switch them. Yeah, it could switch one route to the other. It's got to send, the automorphism's got to send route to itself, to a route to another route. So that's, yeah, okay. So this, I'm trying to imagine this for quadratics in general. A slightly cheeky thing that we could do is to use all of this powerful theory that we've discovered on our quest for the Quintic, all of this stuff about solving complicated equations. We could point this extremely powerful laser at quadratics and try and solve quadratic equations with all of this technology. That would look a bit like this, where you've got the extension by throwing in one of the roots. Then the minimal polynomial is quadratic. The degree of the field extension is 2 because the minimal polynomial's got degree 2. But now you've gained a root. You've gained at least one root for your minimal polynomial, the thing corresponding to the polynomial x in... Don't love that. Oh, this is a joint with root 2 because the degree of minimal polynomial... That thing is isomorphic to... Yeah, now I think that this might be isomorphic to qx over generated by p of x. Anyway, you gain, so it splits, so you gain the other root as well inside there. So it says once you've got one of the roots of a quadratic, you can work out the other root of the quadratic by flipping the sign on the plus minus square root thing. We haven't actually got the square root yet. We haven't got the concept of the square rooting. That's going to come from... Oh, this is so silly. I think the square root in the quadratic formula is going to come from the idea of the Galois group being C2 corresponding to the solvable group. Gosh. Yeah, I think it's going to be quadratics are solvable because the Galois group is always C2, which is a solvable group. I think that is the punchline. C2 is solvable in a really silly way. It's abelian. And then the way, once you know it's solvable, you build this chain of Galois groups, right? Whereas it's not a very long chain, but it involves looking at the discriminant. There's the square. So it has to be square for it to be an AN. A2 is even smaller than C2. Maybe that's where we're going. Oh, so A2 is where it's got real roots. And A2 is when it's going to have real roots. The quadratic is going to have real roots, positive discriminant, and that's going to be something to do with the Galois group now just being the identity, not even allowed to swap the roots in that case, if they're real. That's weird. I thought you could still stop them if they're like 1 plus or minus root 5. I had to join in basically root 5. You won't let me swap them around? Really? Okay, we'll get there. There's something to understand there, I think. Might be renaming the stream Quest for the Quadratic, where we do 3 days of increasingly complicated abstract algebra, and at the end of it, we can solve quadratic equations. That might be the plan, team. That might be where we're going. Oh my goodness, I just looked at the clock and realised how much time has gone into this quadratic. It's a lot. Let's go. We've got lemma 3.15. This one's pretty important if we want to understand field automorphisms, and we want to solve a quadratic equation today, so let's get it going. So let M be an algebraic field extension where you throw in loads of roots. Now let J be an extension in which that polynomial splits. So now possibly in the context of automorphisms or something, you see, we're imagining both of these to be the splitting field. Quick look at my note over here to remind myself what L is. Yeah, we might be just looking at the splitting field. Okay, so down here, I've only got a page between the comment that I want to understand and the bit of maths that helps me explain it. One page, that's all it is. I just said one and held up 2 fingers. It's that kind of day. So J over K is an extension in which the polynomial splits. Cool. These could both be the splitting extension if these are all of the roots. Then there is a map of K extensions from M to J. There is a map. Okay, so J is the one where it splits. K is the one. K is something that contains a whole bunch of these things. Find a polynomial. Oh, this is the product of the minimal polynomials of each of them, where that polynomial splits. Okay, seems reasonable because J just contains loads of stuff, right? J is going to contain kind of all of the roots of all of these polynomials. There's a map of K extensions from M to J. Furthermore, the number of maps from M to J is finite. Finally, if all those polynomials are separable, then there are M over K, dimension of M over K, the degree of the extension such maps. Okay. There's a lot to break down here. In particular, if we're talking about automorphisms, then we're talking about there is an automorphism from M to itself, the splitting field to itself. Yeah, hang on, let's check. So if we're dealing with automorphisms, then we might be dealing with a case where M is the splitting field for K augmented with all of the roots of some particular polynomial, and then J is actually going to be equal to M. Is just an extension in which that thing splits, because these were the roots of the polynomial. So this thing is each one has minimal polynomial. You could product them together if you like. You'll get some huge power. It's fine. That splits in the same place that the minimal polynomial splits, which is still in M. These things could be the same. Then this theorem is going to say there's a map of K extensions fixing the elements of K and preserving K ring structure stuff from M into J, which would be an automorphism if M and J are the same thing. Furthermore, the number of maps of K extensions from M to J, the number of these maps is finite, and actually, if they're all separable, so separable means no repeated roots, which is fine. Okay, let's imagine our polynomial is separable and look at its splitting field. So no double counting is going to happen, no repeated roots. Then there are, and this is how many maps we're going to get, the dimension of M over K, which would be the degree of the polynomial if M is the splitting field for some polynomial P. So there's no polynomial in that limit, but the main thing I want to apply it to is splitting fields of a particular polynomial over Q if it matters. So there's quite a big bit of statement going from M to some J, some separate field extension where something put together splits. It's about counting them. So this is counting maps of K extensions. We want to count automorphisms mainly. That's the main thing we want to count. Okay. The extensions of the map K to J to a ring map. Why are they extensions of the map K to J? So K is in J. So K is in J, so this is just the inclusion map. It's just the inclusion map because K is in J. To a ring map M in J, if you want to get M in, by throwing in all of these things as well. Finite non-empty and something to do with the cardinality of K. Now, since this is about permuting roots, I was expecting this to be something like K factorial, little K factorial, to say you can permute roots however you like. But that's not what's going on here. In fact, it's just, the degree is just K. Can't really see how. So the images are going to be, you take these roots and you can't do an automorphism just by permuting the roots however you like. Maybe. That degree is not that big. Yeah, I think that's true. Okay. Right, first two. So we're going to prove there is one, and there's a finite number of them. So corollary 3.10, which was a while ago, I've forgotten it. I'm going to look back. 2 pages. 3.10 was this idea that the maps of K extensions are in one-to-one correspondence. Oh yeah, where do your roots go? 2 pages down. So down here, there is an extension of the map to throw in alpha 1 as well. And there are only finitely many such extensions, since each extension corresponds to a root of m alpha 1 in J. So this sounds to me like the first step of there being k factorial of them, by the way, but you have choices, right? But some of those choices get taken away from me, I think. So it all turn out to be the same map. Now note that the minimal polynomial of a2 over k of a1, so I've already extended by a1, and now I'm looking at a2. That minimal polynomial divides minimal polynomial of a2 in x in, what was there? Where did that one live? That one lives in kx, but this is a bigger set, so this might be a smaller minimal polynomial. It has a root in J because that splits in J. So all the roots are in J, in particular the minimal polynomial of A2 over the ring I've already extended to has a root in J. Conclude again, keep doing it. There's an extension in this map, KA1, A2 to J, and there are only finitely many such extensions. Okay, I kind of agree, but it still feels like I've got choices of which roots I send it to, right? So J's got maybe certain points that satisfy. I mean, it's got the roots. It's the splitting field. Do I have to send it to the correct root? Sort of surprising that I have to send it to the correct. Well, the roots are not created equal. This may be what we're going to discover. Only finitely many such extensions. Continuing this way, we see an extension, blah blah blah, all the way up. Good. Finitely many extensions. Still feels to me like there's k factorial of them. I'm wrong. There's going to be k. Time to find out why I'm wrong. Tower law, isn't it? It's always the tower law. Right, third assertion. Repeat the reasoning we just made, computing degrees along the way. So this is where I'm going to turn out to be wrong. There are degree of ma1x. So looking at that minimal polynomial for that first root, oh gosh, which is the minimal polynomial of the first root, which you don't send it to a root of the polynomial, you send it to a root of the minimal polynomial. Yeah, it doesn't just have to satisfy the polynomial, it has to satisfy its own minimal polynomial in J. So although J may have lots of roots to the polynomial because it's the splitting extension, back up a page, although J might be the place where everything splits, so it's got loads of interesting roots to me of that huge polynomial, the place I should send alpha 1 to is pretty limited. It's only going to be the ones for the minimal polynomial of A1 because that's the thing that actually needs to be satisfied by alpha 1. So it's more restrictive than I was thinking. You can't just send it anywhere, you've got to send it to somewhere where it satisfies M alpha 1. The notation is pretty gnarly in abstract algebra. Here we go. Okay, I now accept that this is the degree here. So if it was like the number root 2 or something, there are only 2 places I can send it to in J. 2 points where the splitting bits of x squared minus 2 live in J. Okay. Similarly, for a ring map now from KA1 into J, there are now this degree. Okay, so I think I'm still optimistic. I think it's going to be a big tree. We should be multiplying their degrees together. Oh. Multiplying the degrees of the polynomial together gives me the overall degree. Huh. So the extension here, that many extensions of this map. Now that one is that the degree of m of alpha 2? Yeah. And the product there, so the extension, the intermediate field, you look at the stack like this, and these lecture notes write it with the biggest field in the middle, rather than putting them in sequence, but never mind, A to B, B to C, the product works out so the dimension tracks across. Tower law is really good. So extensions of map K to J go to There are that many of them. Multiply the degrees. So we've multiplied the degrees of all of these minimal polynomials. Now, I'm a bit worried about the times where some of these roots have the same minimal polynomial. Because we didn't really take a minimal polynomial of this down here, right? Oh. Oh, no, okay. I kind of did, right? Wow, there's really not many of these. So, yeah, so I shouldn't really repeat things in my polynomial, right? If this was if the polynomials were all separable, I suppose really, are we assuming that there's no sort of repeated roots between them as well? They're co-prime? Not sure. I'm imagining some pretty silly stuff where I set most of these m alphas to be the same polynomial. Anything on the page that forces me to pick co-prime ones? I think maybe I want them just require them to all be separable together. So that sort of means I might pick up a couple of roots at once. Oh, hang on, so this might be subtle. So if I already had alpha 2, then the extension for k alpha 1 alpha 2 is just the same thing as k alpha 1, so that dimension will be 1. So I get to decide if I'm actually taking a separable polynomial to start off with, and I'm thinking about its roots. So if I start from nothing with p of x, a separable polynomial, then you can write that in terms of the minimal polynomial, in terms of some minimal polynomials for its roots. I thought it was irreducible. It might be irreducible, it might not. But hey, let's say it reduces so that maybe there's only one term. Maybe you get one polynomial and that's enough. Now, what we're doing here is to look at all of its roots. So it might have loads of roots, more than the number of minimal polynomials kind of within P, more than the number of reduced factors there. I have loads of roots. This says be an extension in which the polynomial product. Now, I really don't want to repeat terms. I really don't want to repeat terms. I mean, it'll be an extension in which the polynomial splits. And really, I should do this product over those particular alphas, those particular roots that correspond to this minimal polynomial, and then in the next step, the ones that correspond to this polynomial, to build up this kind of picture of overall where the things are. So what are we doing? We don't have that many automorphisms because if that's a cubic, for example, and that's a quadratic, then you've got, I'm still imagining permutations, right? You can rotate those 3 things around and you rotate those 2 things around. What if it's you can't just flip 2, you've got to rotate them. You've got to move all of them, and you've got to do a cycle. And what's the action of the Galois group on? But I know it turns out to be S5. Oh, it turns out to be S5 if you've got all 5 of them. Wait. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about the Galois group yet, am I? I'm talking about these are, in fact, this is just M over K. This thing is just the size of the splitting field over K. It's not quite. Is it going to turn out to be the number of automorphisms? Yeah, this is how many automorphisms there are from M to itself if the polynomials are separable. So that really is supposed to be the number of Galois groups. The number of elements in the Galois group, I think, but no, that's tiny. And I know it's going to be isomorphic to S5, so it's going to be huge. Degree. Oh, the degree of the extension is large because, yeah, the Galois group contains. Yeah, I've been thinking about this all wrong. The Galois group isn't just like isn't just linear combinations of the roots. So if you've got like root 2 minus root 2, cube root of 5 minus cube root of 5 times omega, cube root of 5 times omega squared, then the Galois group doesn't just have dimension equal to, like it's not just things a plus b root 2 plus c cube root of 5 or something silly. It's also got products of those things like root 5 like this in that kind of field extension. What does it mean to do a field extension with two radically different things? So really I should be imagining something where you've got like your roots and you've got k linear products of them. I kind of want to treat them separately like this, but then you also multiply. Is this how you do it? Yeah, you can put k coefficients in here, maybe with nothing out the front. If you could have something, and then you'd have something for the other roots in here. You could have like loads of stuff, and then as I mentioned, that Galois group does tend to be enormous. Dimension is way bigger than just having cube roots and square roots and like adding them or something. Dimension here isn't, you multiply these things together. So the size of the dimension of the Galois group comes from being allowed to have in your field extension, given let's say 5 roots, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, alpha 4, alpha 5. Well, you know, that looks like a dimension 5 kind of thing to me, but no, actually we get as many as 5 factorial kind of 5 factorial? We get loads of dimension in here. The number of the dimension of the field extension for S5, if the Galois group happened to be S5, then the size of the Galois group I think would be 120, which would correspond to the kind of 5 factorial. What are they? 5 factorial. I should be able to work this out. The 5 factorial sorts of things going on in here. I should be able to work out where these things come from, right? If I've got those 5 roots. Some of them are still worried that some of them correspond to complex conjugation, so they don't feel that different to me. What's the number of those? So let's do it for this example again. That's degree. It still feels like, sometimes it feels like it's 5. Because the degree of the Galois thing. Sometimes it feels like 5 because it should be the degree of the minimal polynomial, right? For that extension. But that's just the extension to get one of the roots. Yeah, the extension where you just get one of the roots by extending like qx over px. That just gives you, that promises to give you one root, not necessarily all of the roots. The Galois group can actually be much larger than that. So that might have degree 5 and be quite small, but yeah, that might have degree 5, but the Galois group's much larger. It contains all of the roots. That thing might just contain one of the roots. And in fact, I think it does just contain one of the roots. So I'm one step further away from being able to visualize the Galois group, but one step closer to understanding why it's so large and why it's not so small. Okay, so this thing could be huge because it's the product of the degrees of the minimal polynomials. Doesn't sound that big, and once again, that doesn't sound that large. Product of the degrees of the minimal polynomials of these things. Oh, so Is that 5 factorial kind of because... Wait. In the first place, the minimal polynomial for the first one is the original quintic. And then I think once you've got a root, so you gain a root alpha by doing your first extension to k alpha. And then I think the minimal polynomial for the next one down is like this. X take away alpha. Yeah, it's this, isn't it? Which is a polynomial of degree kind of 4, maybe. That's the minimal polynomial in k alpha. And that one's got degree 4. So now I'm starting to understand why it might be 5 times 4 times 2 times 2 times 1. It might actually be the factorial thing after all. I've gone round in a circle, really. When I first saw it, I thought, it was permuting the roots, so it's going to be like k factorial, right? Like the symmetry group. And I know that it's the symmetry group at the end of the story, so I was expecting it to be quite large, like k factorial large. And then I saw this and I thought, oh no, that's really small, right? Because that's just degree of the polynomial. But no, there are loads of terms for the degrees of the polynomials along the way. Let's read it once more, because those polynomials are weirder than I thought. We're looking for a polynomial m alpha 2 in k alpha 1. So this is m alpha 2 of x, and that lives in k alpha 1, which might be... Yeah, no, sorry. The minimal polynomial of this divides m alpha 2 of x. Minimal polynomial in there. Minimal polynomial of alpha 2 over k alpha 1 divides it divides it in the sense that it divides it in k alpha 1, and that has a root in j, I think. Okay, so there's an extension. Good, okay. So you put the root in. These polynomials are funky. The minimal polynomial could be one thing, and then once you start moving to the field with an extra element in, the minimal polynomial of the next one could be different. It could change. So these cubics that I was writing down up here, it's kind of not okay really to just write down your cubics, because along the way, as we start adding in roots, we might find better polynomials. Like how once you know that if you're trying to solve x squared minus 2, you have this great idea of throwing in root 2. So the minimal polynomial is this to start off with. That's the minimal polynomial for both roots in q of x. But then once you go to q of root 2, so k is q, k of alpha is q root 2. Once you go up to k of root 2, q of root 2 over q root 2. Once you go up to q root 2, you find that there are really nice polynomials like x take away root 2 and x plus root 2. These polynomials are really simple. They have lower degree. These are the minimal polynomials for actually both of the roots over q root 2. If you're allowed to have root 2, you can put those things as the constants in here, and as a field you have plus and minus. Those things both exist in the field. That means that maybe I thought that you'd need to have the minimal polynomial x squared minus 2 twice. Actually, along the way, it starts splitting down, and you see smaller and smaller things on the way down. Not obvious to me that it's always going to be factorial, because some of these things might split faster than you expect. Division's weird. It's kind of caveat that I know it's not always S5 at the end of the story for quintics, so maybe it splits faster. Caveat. Okay, this is how many there are. Okay, but it's the degree. Okay, so the degree. Am I saying dimensional degree? The degree of this extension is the dimension of the vector space of m over k. And then what was m? So if m is the splitting field where you put all the roots in, I don't know what the dimension of that is. Brilliant! I've got no idea. I thought I would know, because it's just a minimal polynomial thing, but no, I don't know. I only know that I know the minimal polynomial, or that if you do a simple extension, I know the size of that. I think I currently don't know the size of this overall thing. I mean, it's something to do with, in here, the degrees of the minimal polynomials for each of the roots. Considered, so these things you could consider them over as you build constructively. It looks like it doesn't matter, which is interesting, but I haven't quite understood that yet. Okay, I'm doing better than I was yesterday, so let's keep going. Okay, so normal means that polynomials with coefficients in here split, please, in this field. So final field extension alpha is normal if and only if it's the splitting extension for a polynomial with coefficients in k. So if it is, then final field extension is normal if and only if it's the splitting extension for a polynomial with coefficients in k. Check normal again. It's normal if the minimal polynomial of k of any element of L splits in L. So for my splitting field, those roots are roots of things in the polynomial, right? The particular polynomial which had coefficients in k. So they will all minimal polynomial would be a subset of M, will still split in L. Let's read the proof down here. Suppose that L over K is finite and normal. So it is the case by assumption here that if it's normal, it's true by assumption that the minimal polynomial of any element splits in L. Minimal polynomial of coefficients K splits in L. So take the generators for L as a vector space over K. As a vector space. So now find me the minimal polynomials for all of those. Do the product of those. Now P splits in L, and the roots of P generate L. So there you go. There's your L is the splitting field for this polynomial. You don't have to worry about the fact there are infinitely many elements. We'll do infinitely many elephants another time. Infinitely many elements of L. You only need to check the generators, and then everything else will be part of this splitting field generated by the roots of P. That's going to have loads of roots, including all the ones for the generators, and then you'll be able to build everything else by making L be the splitting field of P of X. Okay. Suppose now that L's a splitting field for polynomial in K of X. Right, okay, so this is going to be the one where if L is the splitting field of polynomial, it's going to be say take anything, find its minimal polynomial, and hope for the best, right? Now let alpha in L, take any number in L, and choose those betas such that L would be a splitting field with alpha as well. What? No. It's the splitting field of a polynomial in K. So we're just going to throw in some roots as well, so that L is, so that L is, where have I gone? Oh, I'm very lost. There we are. JB, the splitting field of the product, the minimal polynomials of K over the elements of all of that. Choose a root right of J of the minimal polynomial Q over A. What are we doing? This is so technical. Deduce from corollary 3.10 that there is an extension of the map. This beat me yesterday, and it's maybe going to beat me again. Let's find out. Right, L is a splitting field of a polynomial in K of X. Show me a number in L. We are going to try and show that it's minimal polynomial down here. Q of X splits in L. Brilliant. We're going to find this Q with coefficients in K. And lambda is giving an isomorphism. Right there. Okay, we're going to find this Q of X which kind of splits in L. hopefully is some sort of minimal polynomial for alpha. Okay, so take J, let J be a splitting field of the product of minimal polynomials over K, over the elements, all of these things. Now, L was the extension like this for all of those numbers. Now, what were these? Just anything that makes this work. How does that work? I mean, it's the splitting field of a polynomial, so maybe alpha was one of the roots of the polynomial, or maybe not. I guess, yeah, okay, maybe or maybe not, doesn't really matter. Take the minimal polynomials. Now, this might have some sort of minimal polynomial itself, I suppose. Right, okay, I'm sort of hoping that that turns out to be splitting field of the product of the polynomials. Sort of hoping that this turns out to give us the minimal polynomial. Choose a root in J with the minimal polynomial of Qx over of alpha over. How did you know there was one? Oh, in J of the minimal polynomial of alpha over K. The row in J of the minimal polynomial Qx of alpha over K. J is a splitting field, so it will contain the minimal polynomial of alpha over K. Once you go to the splitting field, you'll have a minimal polynomial of alpha over K. That's good. There's an extension, oh my goodness, from K to J, because that's the inclusion map, to a ring map where I think about where alpha went as well, such that mu of alpha is rho. So I can go up and send alpha to that root rho. So I reached up to the splitting field of the product of all the minimal polynomials, woo, because I can. And then I found a root, and I found a kind of pre-image from here. That's got to get sent to a root of that minimal polynomial by ring map stuff. So by lemma 3.15, there's an extension up to the ring map, L into J. 3.15 again. That was the thing we were just looking at. It was very exciting. 3.15 says, oh gosh, you can go up. And we're actually going up this time. There is a map. You can go up. The number of them is finite. Where are you going to send the roots to? It's always where are you going to send the roots to? That's my catchphrase for trying to understand things. Where are you going to send the roots? Notice that there is an extension to ring map up lambda. Now lambda is going to be important because the image of lambda in J is independent of lambda and thus of mu. Gosh. So it doesn't really matter what these things were. Oh, the image doesn't matter. The image is something to do with the roots. Thanks for the follow. Here's the follow. The writing is too small to read. It says today read. Nice to see. Thanks for following. So the image of lambda of L in J contains all the roots of Q. J contains loads of roots. The image when you do this map has to contain all the roots, so you've got somewhere to send all of these things. So Q splits in the image of lambda, sure. But lambda is an isomorphism between L and its own image. It's taking L into its image of L in J. It's choosing some of the roots in J, the splitting field. Oh my goodness, this is very technical. I'm surprised I've got a follow in the middle of someone followed just for this in the middle. Q splits over there, but Q has coefficients in K because it came from Q is the minimal polynomial of alpha over K. Minimal polynomial. We were looking up in J, looking for the minimal polynomial over K of that alpha in the splitting field where it splits. It's kind of the existence of splitting fields that's coming into this, really, I think, being able to move up to a splitting field where you get things like these roots, and then looking at this kind of map from L into the splitting field to say that so the roots of Q are all in the image of lambda, but it's the homomorphism is isomorphic with its image. So there you go, there is a kind of isomorphic copy of L in which Q splits. So we've kind of got gone up to find all the roots, because you can do that, you can split. You can't really split one particular. You can't say I want to split some of the polynomial to find me a polynomial for this particular root. You can say, well, here are all of the roots that I used to generate this splitting field. Have we used the fact that it was the splitting field of a polynomial of k of x? Where did we use that? To go to the splitting field. Okay, so because the polynomial exists, we can go to a splitting field to get all of the roots, including out there we will be able to find a minimal polynomial for your favourite root or your favourite thing in alpha. Oh yeah, we to go to the splitting field of okay, go to the splitting field of so L has a splitting field of the product of the minimal polynomials over k over the elements of that over k over. There's too many words over. It's over too many things. Understanding maths is super difficult. Product of minimal polynomials. I don't know it has a minimal polynomial over k over the element of alpha. I guess that would technically exist. I don't know what it is. But given some objects, I could make the splitting field. I don't have a polynomial to split. I'm very confused. I'll come back to it. Why do those minimal polynomials exist? I thought that's what we wanted. To show that they had splitting minimal polynomials in L, which split in L. In particular, I would worry that I would create some sort of version of this proof that's just wrong. I'm moving the exclamation mark down a bit for the bit where I'm confused. Okay, I need to come back to this, maybe. Sort of getting the idea though, building that understanding along the way, even if I don't understand at all points, all things, building it along the way. Okay, 10 to 4, we can do this. So, 3.17 there is important. That's going to be the size of the Galois group. So 3.15 with L equals M equals J is talking about automorphisms, maps from, in that case, M to J, where M and J are both L, and L really is the splitting field. So you can go over a lot of stuff there. And the size of that group is, if you have a separable polynomial. So in this particular case down here, we're looking at a separable polynomial. Did I have this right at the top of this page? Yeah, I did. For this separable polynomial, we had the size of the automorphism. The size of the group of automorphisms is this, the degree of the field extension, which is our first tiny step towards some sort of link between field extensions and groups. We want to talk about field extensions because that's what you're doing when you throw in nth roots. We want to talk about groups because that's how we understand that for quintics something different happens. We're on a quest for the quintic. We're trying to discover why quintics don't have a quintic formula. Okay, theorem 318 has a star on it. I really want to understand this and its proof, because these things being equivalent is well, that first one is the definition of a Galois group, a Galois extension that we're given in like 2 pages time. So let's quickly look ahead to how that's going to be used. Let's read it first. If K basically itself is fixed by the automorphisms that Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What are they? There's too many closed brackets. So we've got automorphisms. Automorphisms. Now I'm starting to think the lecture means something different. Automorphisms of L that fix K. Which elements of L do they fix? At least K. Oh, maybe nothing else. That's actually equal for just. I would expect these things to fix the bit that looks like K. The image of K, I guess, in L. Yeah, okay. And then there's two equivalent things. There, I'm going to leave that. Two equivalent things that this field extension might be normal and separable. Normal means that for any element, the minimal polynomial splits in L, and separable means that for any element the minimal polynomial is separable, I think. Double check that because I'm getting there slowly. Minimal polynomial of any element in L splits in L, which is not always the case. Any element in L splits in L. And a separable extension was one back here where, nope, that's simple, finite, separable somewhere. I've lost my separable extensions. Oh, here we go. These are separable extensions over here. Separability. Just want to double check it. If you want a copy of these notes, because I'm flipping around too much, you can find them on Twitch, links to my homepage, which is a very simple website which links to a place to find the notes. Definition. Alright, yeah, okay. We say L over K is separable if the minimal polynomial of any element is separable. So if the minimal polynomial of any element over K, if any element of L is separable. Okay. Back in. Over here. So, minimal polynomial of any element is separable, which means no repeated roots, and splits in L. Right, and then the last one is that this is a splitting extension for a separable polynomial with coefficients in K. So, what did we just prove? For 3.17, we know that if this is the case at the bottom here, then we can count the automorphisms. So that's going to be useful if all three of these turn out to be equivalent. If we can recognise one of them, then we'll know that we're in the case of all three of them. So normal and separable. I just want to scroll up and remind myself of what we were actually proving. So something is normal if and only if it's the splitting extension of a polynomial with coefficient of K. So that's relating to the other two of these, right? Normal if it's the splitting extension of a separate polynomial with coefficient of K. So I think this proof 2 implies 3 looks like 3.16. And I haven't interpreted. Oh yeah. So just fix K, nothing else. This automorphism group has to fix K, I think, and nothing else. Maybe as a result, we'll find out as a consequence of one of these things. And the splitting extension is kind of the smallest possible ones generated. So maybe that'll be why nothing else is fixed by that automorphism group. We'll see. We're going to do the proof. The proof goes cyclically, I think, to prove one of these from the next. Right. Yeah, so lemma 3.15. Yes, finite. Good, okay. This is a finite field extension. Yeah, okay. Okay, here we go. 1 to 2. So, oh, it looks hardcore. Let's read 2 to 3 first. So down here, 2 to 3. Let these be the generators of L over K. Look at the polynomial that is made of their minimal polynomials. P is a separable polynomial by construction. Yeah, it doesn't have any repeated roots apparently. So again, I'm worried about these alphas being kind of repeated, like root 2 and minus root 2. I guess then they wouldn't be generators of L over K. What was I saying? 2 going to 3? So if it's normal and separable. So if 2 and root 2 are both generators, then if you treat them both as generators, then you've got maybe weird stuff that doesn't correspond to being separable. Because you've got linear combinations of those that are 0, which is weird. Yeah, I don't like that. You've got things with non-unique at different verses. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. So it's not, the field might not be generated by all of the roots. So then this product thing here will be separable because we shouldn't put in repeated roots. Because our generators shouldn't have, our generators need to have co-prime minimal polynomials. That's tough. Right, so if a minimal polynomial shared a root with something else, then it wouldn't be minimal because it would be accidentally containing this factor for a root of something else. Or something like that. Let's read 1 to 2 next, let's go. So this is tough. This is trying to say if K is the only thing that's fixed, then so K is fixed. So and it's trying to prove that the extension is normal and separable. So it's trying to talk about the minimal polynomial. These are properties of the minimal polynomial. Let P of X be the minimal polynomial. We have to show that P of X splits and is separable. So because to be normal, we need this thing to split over L, and for the extension to be separable, we need to know that the minimal polynomial is separable. Now, right, let Q of X be. What is this? B is we're looking at the automorphisms of L. Where do they take alpha? Okay, where do they take alpha? So if I'm looking at the element root 2 in the field Q root 2, then that gets taken to minus root 2. If I'm looking at 3 root 2, that gets taken to minus 3 root 2. So I've got these kind of different betas. So we're combining those together into a polynomial Q. Now, Q is separable by construction. No repeated roots because those things are different. Those beta in the orbit are not repeated. Let D be the size of the orbit. The automorphism, okay, the number of things, the degree of that polynomial. And let beta 1, beta 2, up to beta D be the elements of them. So those things. So then Q is the product of those terms. Now note, for any gamma in the automorphism and I in 1 up to D, we have now gamma applied to the symmetric function. So the polynomial involves the symmetric functions of the roots. Here it's factorized, here it's been multiplied out. These are the symmetric functions, sometimes referred to with sigma, sometimes with S. For any one of those, gamma, the automorphism applied there, the symmetric functions are just kind of linear combinations with these things. So because gamma respects that under being an automorphism, it comes in and it's the same thing as just symmetric, taking a symmetric polynomial with gamma applied to each term individually. Yeah, so the symmetric function will be something like xy plus yz plus xz. And then if you apply phi, some nice automorphism to these things, then you send the sum to the sum of the function evaluated on each thing, and within each time you do the product. So it's kind of the same combination of the images of those roots. Since SI is a symmetric function, gamma permutes the elements of this. Right, gamma permutes the elements of. Okay. We know what the image of these betas are because we precisely did them to be from the orbit, and gamma is something in the automorphism group that acts on those betas to send them to somewhere else in the orbit. Does it just permute things in the orbit? Yeah, it's a group, so it's going to be nice. So that is just this, because it's symmetric. Right, okay, so that's the same polynomial. So since gamma was arbitrary, we see that SI is, the symmetric function here is fixed. We tried applying gamma to it, and nothing happened. It came back to itself. So symmetric function is a combination of those beats. Oh, it's a kind of calculation based on elements of the group. And that's fixed. It's in L, and it's fixed by all elements of the group G. So it's in I of K. Thus, this is the fix, I. Thus, QX, this thing, is in it's going well. We're on our second go through Galois theory. Yesterday we reached just the end of the day, enough to see the quintic but not understand anything. And today we're coming back and trying to understand things. Good to see you again. So here, what are we doing? So we've got these kind of three, at the moment we've got three different definitions of a Galois extension. They're all equivalent. I'm trying to understand the proofs of why they're the same as each other. And I'm hoping that helps me understand the definitions a little bit more. Understanding definitions is important so that you know what you're talking about later on. It's a lot of work because, goodness me, it just is. Right, so these coefficients are in, coefficients have turned out at the end of the day are in, well, they're not quite K, they're in I of K, but fine. We're going to call that basically an isomorphic copy of K. So then Q of X has polynomial. Oh my goodness, right, so Q of X, this thing up here, which we made by multiplying together things from the orbit, looking at where alpha went under those automorphisms, think Galois group, didn't look like it had coefficients in K, but it turns out it does, because we tried applying a symmetry to it, and because of how we constructed it, so those things would just permute under the action of the group, those symmetric functions just stayed strong, and that means because the only things that are fixed to K, they must be elements of K. Okay, so we really are using only K as fixed as the way of reading I. Okay. Here's the killer punchline. Alpha is in that orbit, so alpha is one of them. The automorphism, because there's an identity automorphism that leaves alpha alone. So alpha's going to be in there, so it's one of the roots of this. So Q alpha is 0. So P of X, okay. From the measure of the P of X, we see P of X divides QX. What was P? Lost a little bit. Oh, so Px is the minimal polynomial of this. It's going to divide this because here's an example of a polynomial. Here's an example of a polynomial that has Q of alpha as 0. This is really fun. This sort of actually constructs not the minimal polynomial, but a polynomial that works. You're supposed to look at where the Galois group takes your root. And it can't take it everywhere, I suppose. It's got an orbit where... Yeah, okay. So the Galois group's going to act on this, moving around the roots. And this says, take all the ones it can actually reach, and just look at those together. That's kind of your minimal polynomial. I mean, it divides that. And it's got coefficients in K, because of nice symmetry stuff about permuting roots. Permute the roots. Hence, P of X splits in L and has no multiple roots. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, P of X is going to be it's separable. What's the difference between pi function and the gamma function? So this large pi means lots of multiplication. So you might have seen this thing to mean the sum of the xi's. And there's this similar thing like this, which means multiply them together. I'm going to decorate this a little bit more. I equals 1 to n up to xn. So instead of adding, multiply. Here we've got lots of these terms here, linear terms, x minus number in brackets. I'm going to multiply them all together. We're building a large polynomial where we can see the roots. The thing to imagine here is like x minus 1, x minus cube root of 2 omega or something, x minus like some weird complex root, x minus some other complex root, and then magically it turns out that that has coefficients in the reals, even though it's using complex numbers. Kind of magic, kind of not magic. The coefficients done, it is x cubed minus 1. Plus 1? Minus one of those. So, huge product there. In particular, it is separable. That's really nice. Okay. So we didn't need that. We proved that the coefficients were fixed under gamma, an element of the Galois group. Still too many brackets. That just highlights it. Wait, hang on, I have like a different colour. Perfect. And down here. Perfect. Who would ever need to use a white pen? And then here we are. Okay. So 1 and 2. I'm now kind of happy that these are. I'm kind of happy that these are together, and it's given me a better way of thinking about the Galois group actions as well. That Galois groups permute the roots. We've seen in several different directions now theorems in section 3 to say that these automorphisms are gonna be nice to the roots, and that's just the thing we just saw about that big pi is looking at in particular where the roots go. You get some of the roots. If you're looking for the minimal polynomial, just track where Galois sends your roots. Take the product and look for factors. Easy, right? Okay, that's how we're going to find that minimal polynomial, and we've built it so that it's separable and it splits in. And it's very splitty in L. It's just the image of those things. Lovely stuff. Okay, 2 to 3. I'm going to read it again because it was hard. 2 to 3. Take the combination of these minimal polynomials. That's a separable polynomial, and L is a splitting field for it. It's just so brief and technical. Okay. A couple more comments down here. We want to go from 3 to 1 to show that these are equivalent. We're showing that if 1 then 2, if 2 then 3, if 3 then 1. And that's a nice way to show that 3 things are equivalent. You might think that we need to show if 1 then 2, if 2 then 1, if 2 then 3, then 3 then 2, and if 1 then 3, then 3 then 1. Like 6 things to prove. But actually, if you prove the cycle, then you can do like kind of transitive inference. You can do the other ones. By reading them in a weird order. So you have to make sure you do them independently. Right, okay. Okay, make sure you're really not assuming 2 of them when you do the third. So we're going to try and go from 3 to 1 next, to say maybe L is a splitting extension for a separable polynomial with coefficients in K. I'd like to show that. So splitting extension. I think it's going to be because the splitting extension is generated by the roots. So this automorphism which fixes K only fixes K. These things are equal, not just one's a subset of the other. So by construction, this thing contains the image of K, since any element of this fixes the image of K in L by definition, right? Okay, that's what it does. So the extension is a composition of an extension. In other words, right, okay, so these are very complicated words. The extension L over K is a composition of an extension L, okay, L, this thing, which I think is K, and L over this thing, which makes me think of Artin in a few pages. Note that the extension is also the splitting field. of a separable polynomial over that. Take the same polynomial and apply the remark following lemma 3.6. What was the remark following lemma 3.6? In general, if you're writing lecture notes, I'll say it, it's okay to repeat your remarks. There's two remarks. Any irreducible polynomial with coefficients in K is separable. Okay, and I'm going to go back. I wouldn't mind if you said it again. A nice reminder. Anyway, it's fine. I've gone back, I've read it, I've worked out which remark. I'm going to write out my notes. The remark after 3.6. It's just so hard to follow it through. Same polynomial as for L over K. So for L or KL. So things that are fixed by the automorphism group of K over L. Same polynomial. Apply the remark. But the remark just said. How am I going to do this? Okay, I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to go back. Look at the remark after 3.6. Here's the remark after 3.6. I'm going to take a screenshot. Yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot. So I've got a screenshot on that screen over there. This is hacks. This is top. And then I can go in here. Now I can have both up at the same time. You can only see one of them, but I can see both now. Right. Okay. We're two-screen solution. If you had paper notes for this, then look at both pages, I guess. Right, okay, so note that the extension is also the splitting field of a separable polynomial. We're trying to prove that that thing is just, we're trying to prove that that is just this. Tower law. Yeah, okay, here we go. Take the same polynomial. Now, here's the comment after 3.6. Choose from a variant on the field extension. An irreducible polynomial with coefficients of K whose degree is prime to the characteristic of K is separable. Right, so are the degrees prime? Oh no, if characteristic K is 0, that's not what's going on here. Is characteristic 0? Are we in characteristic 0 now? No, I can't see anything about characteristic 0, so it's not that. I think that's what the remarks after 3.6 are saying. Field 0. All the irreducible factors have no multiple roots. This notion is invariance. Right, okay, but hang on. The comment after 3.6 actually refers to, in my screenshot, refers to lemma 3.5 and corollary 3.4. So I need to go back a couple of pages from the screenshot. Chat, this is a problem. I'm running out of screen real estate to go back. What I want to do now. No, I should just think hard, right? Thinking hard is the way to do this. So, what do we do? Polynomial, I think it's just saying the polynomial is still separable over this larger, possibly larger field. The polynomial is still separable. So, L over K still contains the same thing. This larger field contains all the coefficients of K. So you can take the same polynomial and view its coefficients as living in this larger field. Now that's still separable because if it's separated in this field, if it had multiple roots, then the ones out here would also have multiple roots because the middle polynomial out here would be a factor. That's 3.4 and 3.5 working together. So, okay, same polynomial, but view its coefficients as being in this larger field. So it's still a splitting field of a separable polynomial. We can do this. We can do this. 3.6 points to 3.5 and 3.4. That's how we're going to understand 3.18. Now, also know that, and then tautologically, which is, it just means self-evident, the subgroup, and then here we get a bit which actually broke me yesterday, where there's a too many subscripts and superscripts. So when you look at the automorphisms of L that fix this thing, of course those are automorphisms of L that fix K, because K is in this thing. Because, once again, these things in a small subscript, I think automorphisms of L that fix K. So elements of L that are fixed, well, that includes all of K. So the ones that fix K, well, it definitely includes all the ones that fix this kind of larger field. And it actually coincides because anything that's actually fixed, so anything that's actually fixed, oh my goodness. So anything that's actually fixed, I want to show that anything that's actually fixed over here is also fixed over there. So anything that's actually fixed by this must lie, or might lie in this set down here. Yeah, this stuff fixes all the things in here, but look, this actually includes... These tautologies are so hard to explain to yourself because you never know what direction you're going. It's all roundabout. Bye, Ashwindar. Saw you leaving. I would take that moment to. But it actually coincides with that automorphism group. So, subgroup here. So I know it's a subset, but I want to take anything that's in automorphism group of KL. Now that's anything up here. Anything up here that was doing some sort of action on L, and it was fixing this bit. So these things down here are actually fixed by the automorphisms at K sub L. And actually fixed by those automorphisms. And then we could say that, okay, they're fixed by that. These ones are fixed by those automorphisms. So now we're thinking about new automorphisms over L that fix those things. Well, any automorphism of L that fixes K would fix L, would fix these things tautologically. These things are the things that will KL. Oh gosh, these things down here are the things that are fixed by all KL. So actually, any automorphism KL actually already fixes all of this stuff, so that's fine. Don't love it. Don't love it. Fixed as a set rather than fixing it element by element. Don't love it, but hey. So theorem 3.17 to actually count these things. 3.17, I've forgotten, there's so many numbers all at once. Oh, it's the size. 3.17 let us know that how large these things are. It's the... So we have the size of that field extension is the automorphisms of this. Oh my goodness, the number of brackets around here. Just one too many again, I think. I sort of think I might be going mad at the brackets. And the extension of L over K is also that, but those things are actually equal. So the degree of the intermediate kind of field extension over here, my goodness, is 1 by the Tower law. So dimension of a vector space over K is 1. That means you're just getting a copy of K. My word. And nothing to do with the size of the thing, really. Just tautologies with automorphisms and the way that separable things are separable over the larger field. That was important. So really this is from 3.4 and 3.5. If we wanted to properly understand that. Okay, I think there's more depth of understanding I could get to, but the tautology is making my brain hurt, so I'm going to leave it for a future day. Let's try and understand 3.19 here. Suppose that L is generated by these elements and the minimal polynomial of each is separable, then the extension is separable. So by 3.15 and 3.13 there is an extension. So 3.13 says that splitting fields exist. 3.15 says that there's not that many maps, automorphisms or otherwise, between k extensions. Down here we would like to say there is an extension such that the extension m over k is the splitting field of a separable polynomial. Splitting fields exist? Not quite. Extension L over k is separable. 3.18 says, apparently, all of that we just did says that m over k is separable. Because this is the extension, this is the splitting field of a separable polynomial. So 3.13 lets us build the splitting field for a polynomial. And then 3.18 says, as a consequence, that extension is separable and normal. So this is looking at 3 and 2 to say, if you're a splitting extension for a separable polynomial, then reading round, things normal and separable. Okay, let me just check something. 2 minutes. Oof, taking a puzzle for a neighbour. That's being a good citizen, right? Who needs who needs continuity when you can do good neighbour stuff? Right, it's nearly 4:30. Okay, we're getting there. So if you're a splitting extension for a separate polynomial, then your normal, the extension is normal and separable. Just 3 going, that's a combination of these things. Whew, big technology. Lemma 3.8 ages ago, L over k is also separable. So there is an extension after some huge field m over L, such that the extension is the splitting field of a separable polynomial, where you know to take all these things, find their minimal polynomials, go for it, and build the splitting field. And then 3.18 means that that thing, m over k, this huge thing. So we've got m over k, and we've got L over k. So m is, yeah, we've got m over L. There's an extension of m over L, such that, extension of m over L, such that m over k is separable. And then we saw somewhere back in 3.8 that both of these things will be separable as a result. Quick look at 3.8 just to check I'm remembering the right thing. 3.8, if these are both algebraic field extensions, and that's separable, then each of the small ones is as well, each of the small steps. Oh, gotta go back. So down here, are these algebraic field extensions? Yes, they are. Hooray. So then that one will be an algebraic field extension as well, right? Because it just contains, it's the splitting field of the polynomial, so it contains those roots. Okay. So why do we want that? So it's good to have a separable extension. Separable extension, right? Because then separable polynomials are nice. I don't know. Suppose that L is generated by this. The minimal polynomial of each alpha I is separable. So if you just found some roots somewhere, those roots at line M. Maybe this is like the complex numbers. We had L be an algebraic field extension generated by some random complex numbers. The minimal polynomial of each is separable. Then that extension is separable. So you go, oh, so M's kind of given in the statement. Extension L of K is also separable. Okay. New things to understand. Not quite there. Right, let's read about Galois. It's called a Galois extension if, so it says if normal and separable. It says if it's the splitting field for some separable polynomial. Double check that down here. It says that because those things are the same. If the extension is normal and separable, or if the extension is the splitting extension with separable polynomial coefficients. Okay. Equivalently. So if the things fixed by automorphisms of L present the K structure is really just K. Drop them I. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Good. Okay. A finite field extension L of K is Galois extension given me if L is the splitting field of a separable polynomial of K, and if and only if it is normal and separable. From this, we see that if L of K is a finite Galois extension, composition of two extensions, then L of K1 is also a finite Galois extension. But it's not always true that that one that way round is a Galois extension. Oh, normal doesn't behave like that, right? Go to the small field. I think it's because of normal. That's 4.4 below, which is quite far away. Okay. L of K is finite, it's a finite group. That's called the Galois group. I've been thinking about this for quite a while today because it's turned up in these kind of automorphism things up here. The element of L fixed by the Galois group is precisely the element K. So really, I shouldn't be surprised when I'm thinking about these Galois groups fixing Q, because that's what they do. It's what they're supposed to fix. You're taking your rational polynomials, your Galois group is supposed to fix those. Those are the elements of L splitting field or whatever. Such that, yeah. Those are the only things that in the splitting field that are fixed. We just proved that. Okay, the proof was weird. Okay. If L of K is finite, well, we saw that that degree sets the degree there. Okay. How much am I just going to read these again, but with more understanding? I'm just going to read them a second time. They're making a point here about the structure that you get, which I'm going to read quickly. I read it yesterday without understanding, today with more understanding, hopefully. So there's a minimal polynomial here. Height I is irreducible, degree 2. Tamalor, so that thing is 2, and you did it twice, you did two different things, two different polynomials. Yep, the outside the Galois group is 4. Let G be that Galois group. Classification of finite groups, but just knowing about groups order 4, it's abelian. Further, the structure theorem says that either it's that or that, but our Galois group that has this thing here, which I think is a subgroup 2. The size of that Galois group is 2. It follows from the fact that the extension here is not trivial. Yeah. Oh, why is all of that in brackets? It follows from the fact that how much stuff is in brackets here? Oh, otherwise this thing would be equal to 2 by the power law, by the Tower law. Similarly, that thing is order 2. Since the only group of order 2 is that, we conclude that the Galois group for this bit of extension is Z2, and the Galois group for this bit of extension is Z2. Now, by the fundamental theorem of Galois theory, which I think I skipped. Fundamental theorem of Galois theory. Oh, we've got a fundamental theorem which we have stated but not proved at this point, right? To be proved later in more detailed form, that the subfields of L given by the subgroups of the Galois group is a bijection. This is a kind of demonstration of it. That those subfields given by the Galois groups for the extension of the subfields, as you go that way round, go, what are we doing? Putting I in, root 2i over root 2i, and this one is root 2i over root 2. That's 2. So we're looking at those different subfields. Here they are. These different subfields inside here, and talking about how they are different, correspond to different subgroups. They cannot correspond because they correspond to different subgroups, fine, different subfields. So we conclude that G has 2 distinct subgroups for order 2. Hence we must have that G is this. Yep, okay. There's a third non-trivial subfield. Field of characteristic 0 contains Q, don't worry about that. Already found 2 of them. Third is this. Q root 2 is not that, and Qi is not that, otherwise root 2 would lie in Qi. No, we already know that Q root 2 is not Qi. So that's the correspondence. There's this other one as well, which I will put on my diagram, I think. I'm not sure that my diagram is the same as the sorts of diagrams we're going to see later on, but it's helpful for me to show the kind of subgroups. Okay. So here are some things that are not good. This thing's not normal, so it's not Galois. And so I suppose it's probably true then that the automorphisms of that group don't just fix automorphisms of that field extension that fix Q don't just fix Q, I suppose. Because of complex conjugation? No, that's ridiculous. That doesn't have any complex numbers in. So it's got some other automorphism, has it? Maybe it doesn't have any automorphisms, because where are you going to send? Maybe you're forced to fix everything. Yeah, you're forced to fix everything. There's no automorphisms. Cube root of 2 has to go to cube root of 2. There's nowhere else to send it, which means that that's fixed as well. And the fix of this thing is not just Q, but it's everything. Okay. You read Arden's lemma again. Linchpin of the whole theory, so worth half an hour, I suppose. K a field, and G be a finite subgroup. Then the extension over the stuff that's fixed, stuff in K that's fixed, is a finite Galois extension. Finite Galois extension. And you can prove that it's got a decent kind of fix. The inclusion into automorphisms over, yes, yeah, so that's automorphisms that fix the small thing over the big thing is an isomorphism of groups. In particular, the size. So the lemma here is going to set it up and say that the thing over here is a field, and the thing over here is a field extension, because this just is a field. We know that from before, actually. And that the size here of the extension is not that big. It's finite. And then down here, we're going to say that the size, on the other hand, is less than or equal to the size of G. Since G is in that, we also have that G is there. So the size of G is actually equal to the size of that. That implies that as well as G lying inside here, we've got this same size. So G really kind of is that automorphism. Okay, so this is the plan. 318 says that, okay, if you could show that G, so 318 is the different definitions of Galois extension, different equivalent things. And this says kg, the automorphisms over this set of K that fix things that fix by K. Such a tautology, right? We want to know if that is G, because that's kind of trivial. No. We want, what do I want? I want small field that we're over to the power of, to things that are fixed by, up here, I want this to be automorphisms kg of K. Those automorphisms, I want that to be K, I think, oh, G. But, okay, so if that turns out to be G up here, then this is one of those sort of tautology things, isn't it? Where up here, these things, if this is G, then this reads which things are fixed by G twice, right? Things that are fixed by G are fixed by G. I want to know which things of this set, by the way, this set's all fixed by G, I want to know which of those things is fixed by the action of G. It's all of them. Yeah, okay, so that turns out to be G, then I think this is one of those sort of hard to read tautologies where it's just fine, and it turns out to be telling me that, yeah, just the right amount of stuff. Okay. Down here, okay, so I've now got better at understanding all KL, so I'm going to remove this note. G actually is in. This is good. Okay, against a smiley face. Okay, I'm going to quickly read the proof again. I think it's cool. It has matrices in it, so worth a shot. And what will that leave? What's my strategy here? Time management. I do want to understand this a bit. Some sort of linear algebra stuff, isn't it? Linear algebra. And we get to a proof of the fundamental theorem. The proof of that is like a page and a half long. Okay. We've got a lot here in section 4. A lot to put together. 4.7 is really big. Might still be too much. Gotta try not to go too far. Definitely can't go to 4.4 today. And then 5. Gosh, pushed way too far yesterday, I think. Way too much stuff. Okay, let's take Arten as red, and let's try and understand the fundamental, not the stuff about the identity, not the stuff about the cyclic groups, which I think is going to come back for a kind of group theory stuff that we were doing for these cyclotopic extensions. They were tough in their own way. I think I want to try and jump in for fundamental theorem of Galois theory using Arten. So Arden says that this thing is a finite Galois extension. The inclusion is an isomorphism of groups. Those things are just the same. They're isomorphic. Why are we calling it the inclusion is an isomorphism of groups? Because if they turn out to be isomorphic, then just why are we talking about an inclusion? Anyway. That's the Galois group, by the way, I think. Or it's the Galois group of K over Kg. Same thing as G. So if you give me a field and a group, then you can consider a group in the automorphism of K as a ring. Then you can build a finite Galois extension. And the inclusion is isomorphic group. It will have the correct group thing going on. Don't totally get it. Lots of proof to read. So to-do list. Let's go to-do list. I'm going to draw a line under this using a pen. Come on. I'm going to draw a line under this and go 4.2 proof. Arten them. And I'm going to come in and go to. Okay, so I should understand that. And then what was 4.3? 4.3. Oh, it was the lemma along the way about it being finite. 4.4 I want to read now. So the map works like this. Start with a subfield of L that contains IK. It has to contain IK, which is basically K. So subfield in between K and L. Start with a subfield, and you can turn that subfield into a subgroup of the Galois group. Galois group is the one that permutes the roots. It moves around. It's automorphisms of L that preserve the K structure and keep K fixed. Okay, so down here, this map is given like this. From M, we would like to go to the Galois group. Galois group of L over M, which is the claim, I suppose, is that that's a subgroup of Galois group of L over K. Subfield of L contains IK because 1 and K structure. Not quite. Don't remember what that was trying to convince myself of. It says subfields of L that contain K over here. Don't remember why I wrote that. The inverse is given by the map. So if you show me a subgroup, then find me the things in L that are fixed by that. Now Arten said something like this, right? Find me the things that are fixed by that element. This is kind of what Arten was talking about, right? K to the G looks a bit like L to the H. Yeah, H is now the subgroup of the Galois group instead of the notation was G in the proof of Arten's lemma, and we're now calling it L. Things in L that are fixed by H. L is the large group, and coming down to find our intermediate group, which is going to be an extension of K. It's going to contain K because that's definitely fixed. Yeah, okay, so my note on the side I think was trying to understand why K would be in there. But that's by definition that the Galois group is supposed to be an automorphism that fixes K. I've now decided, more or less, that that's what those automorphisms do. They don't just preserve the K structure in a loose sense, they just literally fix all the others of K and do ring theory stuff. Okay, we're going to write GM fine for this Galois group of the new one. The group induced in the induced subgroup to do with M, that intermediate field. Right, and 2, what's 2? The sizes work out as well. The size of L over M. M being a subfield of L containing I of K, we have the size of L over M is the number of things in that subgroup. The size of M over K is the number of things over there working out as well. Oh, the proof's not too bad, look. Proof's not too bad. And then, oh my goodness, look at this. Why is that so short? Oh, this is Arsenal's limit applied to LMH. So it was the thing we wanted. Gee, I don't love this using subscripts now. So for M, if I'm looking at the Galois group induced by the subfield M, that's a group that's something to do with that subfield of things in L that are fixed by age, which is precisely what Arthur was talking about. I wish that the notation in Arthur was talking about L's and H's, right? Looking for a subfield in L. Yeah, we're looking for a subfield in L. That's isomorphic to the subgroup. That was what Arthur actually said, right? Yeah, okay. And then, sorry, I can't remember what theorem 3.17 was to save my life, but it's going to tell me that the size is what you want it to be. Oh yeah, we had something like that, didn't we? The degree is the size of the Galois group, and then the other one, M over K, that's the size of, I think, consequence of the Tower law. We have two things that are kind of true by theorem 3.17 about how Galois, the size of the Galois group works, is the degree of the field extension. And we have the equation here, which is the tangent of the Tower law. 3. Suppose M is an intermediate field. Yeah, okay, so if M is a subfield, then M over K is a Galois extension, if and only if the group G is a normal subgroup. Oh, here they come. Here come the normal subgroups. Isomorphism, which is uniquely determined by the fact that blah, restriction of gamma to M, oh my goodness. It's part of the statement that gamma M is M. Yeah, cool, okay. How long is this proof for 3? Does it go on to the next page at all? Yes, it's really long. Good. Let's go. It's 10 to 5. How long am I going to go today? Let's find out. I've gone slightly longer each day that I've been doing this project. Stopped at 5. Yesterday stopped more like 5:30. We'll see. Okay. Tower law. 3. Suppose M is an intermediate field. We're trying to prove that something about normal subgroups for that Galois extension. Oh my goodness. Right, suppose M is an intermediate field such that M over K is a Galois extension. Then for all gamma in that Galois group over K, we have that gamma of M is M. It says there's a consequence of 3.13, but why? What's going on? Gamma of M is M. M is also fixed. M over K the Galois extension. Right, show me 3.13. This was the thing about the images of the maps. The images coincide. No, what? a Galois extension. There's a separable polynomial in there somewhere. So for any gamma in that Galois group, it's like comparing it to the identity. The identity element would fix M. Would gamma of M also fix M? Because M over K is a Galois extension. So the images of M, the images coincide. It's just the identity of M. These gammas are 3.13. I think they're homomorphisms, but now we're thinking about automorphisms. Later, automorphisms matter. Let's read this for automorphisms. Let L over K be a splitting extension for P. So like how Galois extensions are splitting extensions for some separable polynomial. And let J of K be any K extension. I'm going to take it to be L as well. The images, or maybe both these are M or something. Right, fine, yeah, okay. M of K. So both these are M. It's a splitting extension for P, and so is J. Then the images of the maps of K extensions from M to M, so those are automorphisms for M that preserve K, will coincide, all be the same. The images are all the same. In particular, if these are automorphisms, then we could look at the identity map, which would say that the images are all going to be M. These maps all fix M. Yeah, okay. So again, that was just about tracing the roots. So over here, it really is just always about tracing the roots, finding out where the roots go. So here, gamma of M is M, so this is images coincide. And it's nice for automorphisms because you get to compare with the identity map, which is an automorphism, which looks at where those things go. Okay. So, in particular, there is a group homomorphism associated with M that goes from FK to gamma of M of K. Because all of these gammas in your original Galois group fix M. So just restrict down. Just restrict down. Just restrict down. If you want something M over K, well, that's all right. M over K is Galois. So images, the things that automorphisms. Not quite there. Because those automorphisms are really big, right? I have L and M is intermediate. Okay, so maybe I have L and then M is playing the role of J. And there is something in the Galois group that's the identity that is also the identity on M. So the restriction of that would be the identity, so we're fine. With restriction of the identity, automorphism, identity, many letters in identity. Restriction of identity. Okay. So there's a group homomorphism, lovely stuff, that goes from the big set of Galois groups down to, oh no, I don't like the idea of a homomorphism going to a smaller group. Oh, but that's fine, there's a kernel, it's okay. It's not a ring sort of thing, it's a group thing. Down into this Galois group that plays around with M over K, the intermediate field that's a smaller thing, given by just restrict. Because that's Galois, M over K is Galois extension. Then it's fine, just restrict. See how it mixes around M. And this is, gamma of M is fixed as a set, but K is still fixed as K, as the elements are actually fixed. Kernel of this homomorphism is those elements that fix. So GM, remind me, GM was the notation we're using for Galois group of L over M, automorphisms of L that actually fix M. actually fix. So the restriction there will keep those things fixed, and as an automorphism of m over k, well, those things are actually fixed. Just go home, we're really closer. Yeah, we're now understanding a little bit more about how degree of Galois groups work, what they actually do. Like, they actually definitely fix k, and now we're looking at this kind of link between subgroups and subfields, which is the core of Galois theory. We're right in the middle. If we understand this, then it's probably not too bad for what I would say is like tomorrow's efforts to actually go in and look at these cyclotomic things. Today's big challenge has been to try and get to grips with, like in the morning we did a bit of group theory, to try and understand the group theory stuff at the start and the end. The big challenge this afternoon has been to try and get involved with field extensions better, and the idea that splitting fields always exist. The way that we looked quite closely at the different definitions of Galois groups, Galois extensions, sorry, the equivalent definitions. I think we're getting somewhere with this proof about groups lining up, subfields lining up with subgroups. There's others level which we haven't totally understood, but we're getting there. We kind of see why it's important now. And I've got ideas about this bit. The more of this that I understand, the kind of smoother the transition is between this stuff and the actual Quintic later on. So in a way, this is like eat your vegetables, try and understand the kind of nitty-gritty stuff so that you can do the big picture stuff with confidence. GM is normal in this by the first Asman-Alfredson theorem. Right, okay. That's a normal subgroup. Brilliant. So that is Gal, where are we? Gal MK is, yeah, okay. That's the image. That's the normal subgroup, and this is a group isomorphism, uniquely determined by the fact that IM, this isomorphism, takes gamma mod GM, so some permutation of some automorphism of the overall thing that keeps, maybe it does some starting on M, maybe not. Ignore anything it's doing on M. Look at the stuff it's doing everywhere else. No. Mod. Oh, sorry, no. GM is the stuff it's doing. GM is stuff it does to the big set, but keeping M actually fixed. As the Galois group of L over M. Moving parts here. If you've got an intermediate field, then you can think about kind of cogs within cogs, right? You can think about stuff that keeps the inside thing totally fixed and moves the rest of the world around it, the vector field around that M intermediate field. Or you can think about stuff that inside there moves around that. And in general, something in the big Galois group, if you quotient by the motion of everything, that kind of subgroup of what's going on in M motion there. It's hard because the groups are all automorphisms, they're all motions, things moving around. It's hard to visualize them. But on the other hand, they're all finite groups, so I should be better at visualizing these things. That's isomorphic to the image there of things in the motion within the kind of small cog. Cogs within cogs. Motion within motion. Okay. That looks like the proof, right? That's what we're trying to do. Oh, it's the if and only if, possibly. Oh yes, if and only if. This word up here, if and only if, means if and only if. So we're trying to get an if and only if, I suppose, then. So aim is to get rid of this exclamation mark by actually understanding this bit. We're going to get down to here, hopefully. Suppose it's a normal subgroup. Right. Now we're trying to find a intermediate field I think we're trying to find an intermediate field. No, we've got an intermediate field. I'm calling it GM. We're going to try and find M. What does this compass actually say? Given M, what have we got? We've got M. Okay, so decide on your intermediate subfield over here, and now check, is it a normal subgroup? If it's a normal subgroup, then you get a Galois extension. A normal subgroup is going to tell me that this thing is, in some sense, a normal extension. Oh goodness. Okay, let's go. So we're going to link together. This is trying to link together our opinions about normal subgroups and normal extensions, I think. But it's actually going to prove that. I was going to use Arthur's lemma as well. Crikey. Okay, here we go. Let's just read it. So for your subfield, look at the Galois group of. That's the Galois group of M over K. Oh no, it's L over M. Oh, I don't like this new notation, G subscript M. Yep, it's Galois L over M. The Galois group of L over M. Another thing to remember, just in the tricky bit. Let gamma be something in. So that's a normal subgroup. Gamma be something in the big Galois group. We compute from the definitions now. So where does that Galois thing exist? Well, hang on. So we know it's a field. What are we trying to prove? Once more. There's a Galois extension. Oh, M over K is a Galois extension. We know that. Do we know that L over M is a Galois extension? Because now this feels like the sort of thing we were talking about just an hour ago. Something about separable, going to the separate things. Galois goes to the separate things. Is this 4.4 that we're on now? Yes. Galois goes over here, but you need this thing to be a normal subgroup if you want the Galois property to go to both. You need the Galois group GM to be a normal subgroup if you actually want to go from. If you actually want to get the Galois property to go from there to there. Separable goes from there to there onto both, but does normal go from there to there on both? As normal extensions. Normal extensions mean that things splits in there. That doesn't seem to be what we're doing, but let's read it forwards and backwards and see if that makes any helps at all. Compute from the difference, just what we're trying to compute there. G of gamma of M is G of M, right? Okay, so we're trying to say that what is gamma of M then? We're trying to work out gamma of M. Where does it go? And gamma is something that fits K, so we can take it to another subfield potentially. So we could consider this new Galois group for Galois of L over its image, which is those mu in, right, okay, those mu in the Galois group of L over K, such that mu alpha is alpha for all alpha in, oh gosh. Yeah, so mu, this is things from the Galois group that are automorphisms of L, but they've got to now fix everything in gamma M, Galois group. They've all got to be, all these things in gamma M, all those alphas have got to be fixed as well by these mu in here. So that is mu in the Galois group such that mu of gamma beta, gamma, for all beta in M is equal to gamma beta. For all A in gamma of M, but each A in gamma of N is gamma of beta for some alpha in gamma of M is gamma of beta for some beta in M. Sorry, I'm being really slow. So we want mu of, over here, all of this, we want mu of gamma of beta to be gamma of beta. But here, now it's looking normal. Gamma inverse, we want gamma inverse mu of gamma. So these things are both automorphisms from the Galois group. We want it to be beta for all beta in M, that subfield. So we want to make sure that these ones are elements from the Galois group such that mu commutes with gamma, right? Oh, not quite, but the conjugation of mu is beta. So if that's a normal subgroup, then whenever you take, that's a normal subgroup. So gamma's in that normal subgroup. And this thing, oh gosh, that's the commutator. Mu in this, such that gamma inverse mu gamma is beta for all beta in M. We can do it. We can do it. Group theory stuff, right? So this is take all betas in. Why have they changed order? Where have we gone? So GM is those things, the Galois group that fix M. Oh look, this element fixes beta for all beta in M. So this element is a automorphism that fixes everything in M. So it's an automorphism from this Galois group. It's something from GM, but that's a normal subgroup. So the cosets work out and it's just this. Ooh, that was hard to spot. But that thing, that commutator applied to, that element is a group isomorphism applied to beta. I think too many brackets again, so I'm just going to fix that. Okay, by part I, or part I is something about gamma of M and M, right? No, nothing to do with gamma of M and M. For each M going to Galois group, it's a bijection. Oh, hang on, so for each of these, if you get the same subgroup, hang on. So this subgroup is equal to that subgroup. Not obvious to me that means that they are. Not obvious to me that means that they're the same. Small question mark there. So, well, anyway, we're trying to construct this homomorphism where you can just restrict down. Gamma is in this set, and we computed that gamma of M is M. That's weird, isn't it? For your normal subgroup. So all of these automorphisms were being very, very nice to all the normal subgroups of the Galois group. So again, the Galois group's not just doing like permutations of stuff freely, like a set. It's looking at if there's an intermediate field, then that's fixed by anything in that big set of automorphisms. This is the kind of understanding I wanted, right? That what does the Galois group actually do to, as automorphisms over some complicated field, what does it actually do? And it turns out that any normal subgroup, if there's a normal subgroup, then that field is fixed. That's that intermediate field. Once more, if there's an intermediate field where the Galois group L over M is a normal subgroup of Galois group L over K, so you could maybe spot a subfield and say, aha, this thing is preserved by gamma for any gamma in the Galois group. Now, so look at your holomorphism and tell me, right, so from your Galois group, look at the automorphism. So this is the automorphisms of M over K, which has cardinality, this degree of the extension, which you can just restrict. So the image of phi M, which goes to automorphisms K of M that fix K, lies in here by 2 first isomorphism theorem. Right, okay, each one fixes M, so yeah, okay, it leaves it alone. So that's okay. Theorem 18 and theorem 3.17, we know that M over this thing and the image of phi is, oh gosh, the size of the image of phi. So that's also okay. So K is going to turn out to be equal to the things in M that are fixed by the image of this map, and in particular M over K is a Galois extension. Oh, so that's M. The image here is some of the automorphisms. So it looks like automorphisms are going to fix M. Oh no, but and that's equal to K. So these are the automorphisms of the big set, L to the power of the L to the fix of L under the automorphisms that fix K should just be K, and we would prove that it's just K. That's the kind of one of the definitions of a Galois extension. That means it's a Galois extension. Okay, the map is surjective, so this thing actually goes everywhere inside there. The map IM is directly from the map phi M and the first isomorphism theorem. Give my finger restriction, just restriction. This is super tough. 2 seconds. Sorry, really had to sneeze. You don't need that on the stream. Super tough. So hiding in those kind of algebra up there is a proof that kind of using I as well in a way that I don't quite understand, which annoys me. In a way that I don't quite understand. We have that M is actually fixed. The intermediate field is fixed if this thing's a normal subgroup, and then you can deduce by looking at a map from the big group of automorphisms into automorphisms of M that fix K by just restricting down to the way it stirs it in the way that that automorphism stirs around this bit, this subfield. You can use Arden's lemma apparently to show that actually you get everything in there. That those, it's the same thing. Really want to understand Arden's lemma now. Probably including why it's true. I am taken directly from that file in the first isomorphism theorem. First isomorphism theorem for groups. The image lies in there. Yeah, okay. Is that just a restriction map? Oh, but then that's a homomorphism, so it's isomorphic with its image. Yeah, okay. This map is isomorphic with its image, so thinking about the kind of quotient group or something. The thing going in is isomorphic with the image, which lies in there. But 2 told us how large, part 2 told us how large that was. Because of the size of this. Yeah, we counted, didn't we? Down, I put a heart somewhere. Not on this. We looked at the homomorphism. Wait, no. Into tower law stuff, we know how big Galois groups are. Okay. So that has cardinality m over k, but we know that's the image, but that's just definitely how large the right hand side is as well, right? M over, and then this restricts, this is the bits of m that are fixed by the image of 5m. Gosh, that's the size of the image of using 3.18 and 3.17 and r to the limit all at once. I can't hold that many things in my head at once. So apparently this is also the size of m over the degree of m over k. So the tower law implies that those things are equal, because this one is here. Oh, right. Where's the intermediate thing? Where's the intermediate field for the tower law? Anyway, mk, and then maybe somewhere in between the bits of m that are fixed by that. I am 3 mentions this map I am. 3 mentions this map I am. Here, gamma is a restriction to m as part of the statement. Gamma m is fixed. Yeah, that's the good bit, I suppose. Gamma is just really nice to your intermediate field. If the Galois group for the big stuff is the group for the big field is Galois, and that's a normal subgroup of the big Galois group. I do like this. It's tough. That's kind of the key in a way. Something important happening there. Okay, right. I'm going to call it there, I think. Thanks for joining me today on the stream. And I'll catch you tomorrow to try and make more sense of this. We always finish by having a quick look at the map. So I'm going to do that now. I think the neighbours just come back for the parcel as well, so I'm going to go and give them their parcel. We got bogged down in field extensions. I feel like we get more understanding of how Galois 3 actually works, what Galois extension is. Tomorrow I want to get a little bit better at Galois, a little bit better at Arsenal's lemma and that sort of stuff, and then finally tackle this kind of idea about cyclic groups giving us radical extensions, or things isomorphic to radical extensions or something. Yep, have a good day. Enjoy your evening, everyone. Thanks for watching, and the quest is, as always, to be continued. I pressed the wrong button. The quest is to be continued.